Unmuted.
Tess, can you hear me?
We've got you. Thank you. We were able to hear you. Thank you. Test, test, test. Can you hear now?
Yes, sir.
That's James. He's remoting in.
Are we recording?
This conference will now be recorded.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, council. I'd like to call to order this Haslet City Council Monday, March 16th, 2026 at 7:03 p.m. We have all council members present. Mr. Watkins is online. If you'll bow your heads with me, I'll offer a invocation, and then stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you, Almighty Father. We pray for your blessings. We pray for your grace. We pray for your watchful eye over our nation, Israel, and all other nations in this conflict with Iran. We pray for your guidance for our state, our city, and all of us. In Jesus' name, amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We have no proclamations or presentations, so let's go to item 4, citizen participation and comments. Do we have any speakers?
We have in-person comments, and we received a few emails as well.
So we have in-person comments.
sir.
Please, who's our first speaker?
Carol Clark.
Ms. Clark. Excuse us just a minute. We'll get that microphone. Please test it. We don't hear it.
Test.
Thank you. I'm Carol Clark, 117 Schreiber Drive. Greetings, City Council members and Mayor. I want to talk about 3 things tonight. First, reference the March 2nd City Council meeting, item 6E, off-system grade separation grant application, and 6F, Avondale Haslet Road and Bridge Path Forward. As you know, the mayor promised council at the 17 February City Council meeting that he would press forward with the Avondale Haslet Road and Bridge project. That was already funded and 60% designed if his application for an $80 million grant was denied. Again, the mayor lied. At the March 2nd meeting, he notified council that he was pursuing another grant for his longer bridge design instead. And then he tried to spin his tall tale that the shorter bridge was a dead issue and that it was killed by TxDOT. Although it's upsetting to witness the mayor's same level of idiotic madness over and over again, it's interesting to watch how he continuously weaves and embellishes his elaborate lies to a point where I think he's even starting to believe them himself. Secondly, I'd like to mention the agenda item Councilman Carruthers asked to have added to tonight's agenda. It was to direct the city administrator, Joe Ashton, to sign the advanced funding agreement, AFA, with TxDOT to quickly begin construction on connecting Avondale Parkway to Highway 156 and to finish the design and bridge of the shorter bridge over the railroad tracks on Avondale Haslet Road. As everyone can see, that agenda item does not appear on tonight's agenda. Why? Because the mayor of Haslet tries to run the city of Haslet like a little dictator. You may have won the battle tonight, Mayor, by your selfish and self-centered motives, but I guarantee you just lost the war. Agenda item 9K tonight, discuss, consider, and act on ordinance XXX-2026, amending Article 1.03, Division 1 of the city's Code of Ordinances, gives the responsibility for the agenda to the city administrator. You will no longer be able to play these childish and sadistic games with the agenda again. Furthermore, the special meeting called by Councilman Carruthers for 30 March will remove you as an impediment in the Avondale Haslet Road and Bridge project and put an end to your pursuits of unimproved projects and expenditures of our tax dollars. And it'll give the residents and travelers on Avondale Haslet Road hope that this nightmare will soon end and they'll get the road and bridge expansion that they so rightly deserve. Lastly, people are constantly making mention of Mayor Golden when he was in office, blaming him for the smaller lot sizes and saying that that's why he wasn't reelected. Well, these same people are going to remember your 2021 to 2027 term also, Mayor Halsey, and I believe you'll be remembered for these glowing achievements. Glowing achievement number 1, traffic. Traffic on all Haslet roads, Westport. Westport, Avondale Haslet, Main Street, Keller Haslet, Blue Mound East, Blue Mound West, and Highway 156 is hideous. Oftentimes it's at a complete standstill. And as if that wasn't enough, you decided, against everyone else's wishes, to restrict access to Main Street, which was an alternate route for many citizens since you refused to progress with the Avondale Haslet Road shorter bridge. And now you are literally jeopardizing the livelihood of our Haslet businesses, such as the feed store, and that's out of the owner's own mouth. Glowing achievement number 2, examples of questionable unapproved spending. 1, hiring a personal communications and legislative assistant for $12,137.76, who has served on city council with you in 2023 and donated to your political campaign. 2, wiring $48,750 to Level 1 paving to non-competitively rip out 3 speed humps on Blue Mountain East and replace them with speed cushions. 3, spending over $50,000 for a secret design of a longer bridge over the Avondale-Haslet railroad tracks when a fully funded shorter bridge was 60% design. And 4, spending over $25,000 on a secret design for turn lanes at the intersection of Blue Mountain and 156. Glowing achievement number 3, examples of fraud, waste, and abuse. Number 1, reimbursing yourself $1,540.91 for miscellaneous expenses like personal dry cleaning, eating out, sometimes with your personal legislative and communications assistant, Staples and H-E-B shopping. 2, $3,983.04 for your POV miles, primarily for commuting between your home and City Hall and home again for lunch. Note, had any of those miles been for official city business, you could have checked out a Haslet City vehicle. 3, $1,530.26 for something called receipts in an envelope. And 4, $14.95 for Folgers coffee from the dollar store. 26 years as a senior level Fed at the Pentagon, I can tell you, claiming POV miles for driving to and from your home, dry cleaning, coffee for the office, envelope of miscellaneous receipts, and grocery shopping would have gotten you fired. Number 4, glowing achievements number 4, lone wolf syndrome. You parade like you're some kind of alpha wolf, but you're not. An alpha wolf earns its position out of respect from all the others. You have earned no one's respect. Instead, you are viewed as a lone wolf because you refuse to play well with others. You act like you are the smartest person in the room and the only one capable of making sound decisions. You are so wrong. This type of behavior has done irreparable harm to everyone around you. Please note that if you are brazen enough to run for re-election in 2027, know that you will not be unopposed this time around. That's a guarantee. Also know that I will make sure all Haslet residents are aware of all of your glowing achievements prior to them casting a vote. In the meantime, I hope you'll see the writing on the wall. There's a new sheriff in town, and if I were you, Gary Halsey, I'd get out while the going is good. Thank you, City Council members, for all that you do. You are appreciated, and thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Do we have another speaker?
Yes, Carlos Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Good evening, Mayor Halsey, City Council members, and neighbors in person and online. My name is Carlos Rodriguez, and I live at 503 Windchase Drive. I am a resident of the Creekside Atlatera community located on Avondale-Haslet Road. I'd like to take this moment to raise some concerns and ask questions that I'd like to add to the record for this meeting. My first concern is about the Avondale-Haslet Road traffic congestion formed in the mornings, afternoons, and during the day as a result of resident and non-resident commuting and multiple railroad crossings per day. I've been seeing and receiving reports from my neighbors that cars are crossing through Windchase Drive at fast speeds trying to cut in front of other vehicles stuck in the traffic jam on Avondale-Haslet Road. This is causing safety risks for my neighbors who are backing out of their driveways, who have children walking over to their bus stops or playing outside, or who are walking their dogs or placing their garbage bin outside for trash pickup. I have inquired and requested information on the installation of speed bumps or no through traffic signs and have received information about this. So I want to thank the city council members for providing me this information. I have some neighbors who think installing the speed bumps is a good idea and others who don't and prefer stop signs to be installed instead of the speed bumps. The reason I'm raising this issue up again to your attention is because this is another reason why we need the construction of a bridge quickly on Avondale-Haslet Road. My second concern is that I'm noticing some hesitation from our leader, Mayor Hulsey, on the construction of the small bridge on Avondale-Haslet Road. Mayor Hulsey say that the construction of the funded small bridge was placed on hold due to some safety concerns, and that Burlington Northern Santa Fe Railroad rejected the original plan of building a small bridge because it would impact their plans to install a fourth rail line on Avondale-Haslet Road. I attended the March 12, 2026 North Tarrant Transportation Information Meeting and spoke to a BNSF representative who advised me that they are willing to work with our city mayor on the construction of either the small or larger bridge. I understand that an application for a grant to build a larger bridge was submitted last month and that we're still waiting for confirmation on whether the grant for funding was approved or denied to build the large bridge. I'm not a fan of constructing the large bridge because I feel this project will impact the growth of our businesses in our city, and companies may not want to invest or build commercial establishments in our city. We have a lot of undeveloped land for sale that could attract shopping and restaurant businesses that could greatly benefit the city of Haslet residents, and building a large bridge may discourage companies from investing in our town. If funding for the construction of the large bridge is not approved, I beg you to please proceed quickly with your approval to construct a shorter bridge design and not pursue any other grants for building a larger bridge. That move will just delay the construction of any bridge. Please keep in mind that Creekside at Latera only has access to Avondale-Haslet Road to exit our community. We cannot exit our community through any other street or road. Again, as stated by North Central Texas Council of Government Representatives and Commissioner Ramirez at the March 12, 2026 North Tarrant Transportation Informational Meeting, we need to continue communicating our road construction needs, and I suggest placing pressure on all stakeholders involved in the construction of the Avondale-Haslet Bridge to get this built quickly. There are many road construction projects in and outside of our city, so delaying the plans for construction of the Avondale-Haslet Road Bridge will place us in the back of the line for all the road construction projects in the city of Haslet and the city of Fort Worth. My third concern is that I'm hearing reports about the rejection or exclusion of our city council members' agenda items from city council meetings. As a city of Haslet resident, I reach out to our city council members with questions and issues about our city, and not adding them to our city council meetings suggests that you're not interested in listening to all the resident concerns. I know you may not agree with some of the topics raised up for discussion during our city council meetings, but it's unfair to restrict all residents from hearing about issues and concerns that may be impacting other parts of our city. Now, my fourth concern is with the recent formation of the City of Haslet Home Rule Charter Commission. I didn't see an announcement or solicitation request asking for volunteers to join this group. I virtually watched the March 4th, 2026 Charter Commission meeting and saw the group of members that were appointed to this committee. I was wondering who selected the members of this group. I did some research and learned that a mayor can select members to join these types of committees or groups. However, I found it odd that you didn't provide other residents an opportunity to join this group. In my opinion, the City of Haslet Home Rule Charter Commission will be making important decisions about the rules governing our city, and it would have been nice to have a diverse group of residents or members that were not directly selected by you and instead selected by vote from all the other different communities that would be providing feedback to and input on our issues impacting all the residents of the city of Haslet. So lastly, I would like to say that I moved to Haslet 2 years ago and was excited to move into my new home. I've been attending these City of Haslet City Council meetings in person and have watched several online. From what I've seen so far, I'm wondering if I made a good decision to move to the city of Haslet. I'm noticing our city is gaining a bad reputation for having bad traffic, and there are concerns with city leadership. Please reconsider all the concerns mentioned above, and let's work together to make City of Haslet a great place to live. Thank you all for your time and listening to my concerns.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Do we have another speaker?
Yes, John Burnett.
Would you say it again?
John Burnett.
Mr. Burnett? Barnett?
Nice to meet you guys. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members, also esteemed people of Haslet, Texas, and my wife that is on vacation right now. She thinks I'm at church. Sorry about that. My name is John Barnett, and I live at 1281 Valerian Ave. I'm here tonight representing residents of Sweetgrass and Caraway, but also someone who strongly believes in the long-term future of Haslet. Tonight can either truly be shaping the gateway to Haslet and its future, or truly be the highway to hell. Tonight can also very easily start a civil war between the residents of West and East Haslet, and I'll go into further detail about that. Let me start by clearly stating residents are not opposed to growth. We support growth. We support commercial development, retail, restaurants, and services that strengthen the community and improve quality of life. Let me be clear. Commercial zoning can still support the logistics industry around our neighborhood that's going up right now. Businesses like truck repair shops, tire service centers, maintenance facilities, fast food restaurants, and dispatch offices. We do not want that there. But what we do not support is the continued expansion of industrial zoning and warehouse development surrounding residential neighborhoods while the opportunity for meaningful commercial development disappears. On a positive note, I was telling people in the back earlier, I was planning on putting up lighting in my backyard, but now with all the warehouses directly facing my house to light up the sky, I don't have to put those in anymore. So thank you for that. Getting into tonight's decisions matter because they help determine what Haslet truly can become. We go over some agenda items. I apologize if I was supposed to go later, but I might as well just go today. Item 9C proposes converting land from agriculture to industrial on Westport Parkway. Once land becomes industrial, it almost never returns to commercial community serving use. Every conversation pushes this corridor further towards warehouses and truck traffic instead of the retail and services residents actually need. Then we have items 9D, 9E, the annexation of 67.5 acres near Harmon Road and Kelly Hicks for industrial and commercial development. The justification appears to focus heavily on tax revenue, which I understand, but tax revenue alone is not a long-term planning strategy. Last agenda item I'll bring up today directly impacts me, of course. Item 9F directly impacts Sweetgrass residents because it sits right next to our neighborhood. While commercial development can be positive, like I stipulated earlier, the traffic impact analysis is still under review. Approving the preliminary plat before traffic impacts are fully understood raises serious concerns about congestion and safety along Haslet Parkway and Harmon Road. If you read the attachment SRS 26-100 that is over 55 pages, they make it super long and confusing on purpose so people don't read them. When reviewing the traffic analysis, Sweetgrass Boulevard and surrounding residential streets are already included in the traffic modeling. That suggests that development traffic will not stay confined to the major roads like Haslet Parkway once it has continued to expand over to 156 and Harmon Road. Residents are concerned that increased congestion and cut-through traffic, we've talked about Avondale Haslet Road, I know that's a disaster. Residents are concerned that increased congestion and cut-through traffic could begin to affect neighborhood access. The area is a mess already. I've sent pictures to various people. The area is a mess already. Look at the study before approving it. I've already seen multiple accidents by trucks trying to turn right onto Haslet Parkway because there is a median that has the traffic light. This is meant for regular vehicles, not trucks, and you have 3 to 4 trucks parked on the back of the QT, literally on Harmon Road sleeping. When you come off of 35, like I was talking about the gateway to Haslet or the highway to hell, and you turn right onto Haslet Parkway, is that what you want people to see, the first thing that you come in? I'm embarrassed every time I invite friends and family to come through that section. Approving large-scale industrial development sends a signal that Haslet Parkway is destined to become an industrial corridor rather than a mixed-use commercial district that serves residents. And once that precedent is set, it is extremely difficult to attract the types of business families actually want: grocery stores, restaurants, childcare, community services, the list goes on. Residents at Sweetgrass and Caraway and other developments are already watching industrial development move closer and closer to our homes. These projects bring heavy traffic, often operating around the clock, Those trucks don't stay confined to one road. Residents deserve clear answers. Because right now, it feels like the industrial footprint keeps growing while the opportunity for real commercial development keeps shrinking, unfortunately. Let me repeat, we want commercial development, but the right kind. Retail, restaurants, family-oriented business, community serving services. These businesses create more permanent jobs, daily economic activity, and sales tax revenue that benefits the entire city. Warehouses, on the other hand, employ fewer workers per acre, relying increasingly on automation and generate primary truck traffic rather than the local economic community. Something that's on everyone's minds right now. The trend is only accelerating with automation, AI, artificial intelligence. Many logistics operations are moving towards automated systems, driverless trucks, and fewer human workers. Warehouses that promises jobs today may employ far few people in the future. That means communities like Haslet could be left with the traffic and infrastructure impacts of industrial development without the long-term job benefits that were originally promised. Retail and commercial developments also strengthen property values, improve quality of life, and help build the kind of community where families want to stay. Industrial development does not provide that for everyday services. And once an area becomes dominated by warehouses, we've already seen, it is extremely difficult to reverse. That is why zoning and some of the decisions made tonight will impact us for the next 30 to 40 years. Not next 3 to 4 years, the next 30 to 40 years. Families like mine moved to Haslet because we believed in the future of this town. I personally hope to live here for decades, not just a few years. The decisions made tonight will determine whether Haslet Parkway and surrounding areas become a thriving retail corridor for families or simply another extension of the region's warehouse logistics network. Residents should not wake up 5 years from now surrounded by warehouses, wondering when the opportunity for real economic and community-serving development was lost along the way. Last thing I promise, before I finish, I would like to respectfully ask the council 3 questions. First, does the city of Haslet have a long-term plan to ensure the Haslet Parkway and other areas around it develop into a commercial and retail district that serves residents rather than continuing to expand industrial uses? Second question, I think we all know the answer to this. What specific protections will the city put in place to prevent industrial encroachment towards neighborhoods, including truck traffic, lighting, noise, and buffering requirements? And third, how is the city weighing the long-term economic value of retail and commercial development against the short-term tax revenue projections associated with industrial development? These decisions will shape the future of Haslet for decades. We simply ask as citizens of Haslet the growth here to be intentional, balanced, and centered around the people who already call Haslet home and continue to look forward to what Haslet can become. Thank you all for your time, and thank you for your service to the city of Haslet.
Thank you, Mr. Barnett. Do we have another speaker?
Yes, Kitty Wirtz.
Ms. Wirtz.
Hello, City Council and Mayor Halsey. Kitty Wirtz, 205 Thistle Drive. City Council members, I want to give you a big thank you for all the things you do, the meetings, and how you continue to make decisions for the citizens of Haslet with good work that you're doing. Your work is extremely important in our current environment. It's difficult to deal with our mayor, who has little concern for others. His selfish actions are beyond belief. He is not listening to the voices of the citizens of Haslet. Number 1 rule for an elected official. This is the quickest way to lose the next election. Mayor Halsey tries to control the messaging through illegal actions. His power plays are obvious to all. The mayor tried to control the agenda tonight by purposely leaving off 3 council members' agenda items. This is the same actions he has done with the park board, with the HCEDC board, and repeatedly with city council. He was censored for this action, and that didn't mean anything to him, as he's doing it again. He believes he is above the law and the rules do not apply to him, but they apply to everybody else in his mind. Therefore, City Council is forced to call a special meeting just to complete the work of the city. Mayor Halsey, your candor is poor and unsatisfactory for the position you hold, and you have lost the respect of the community. This is exactly why our city administrator, Joe Ashton, was hired to do the job you are incapable of doing. I support agenda item 9K, which gives Mr. Ashton the responsibility to publish the agenda going forward so these kinds of manipulations do not occur in the future. The harm you are doing to the city of Haslet is unbelievable. The traffic issues all around us on the major thoroughfares is ridiculous, yet you lied when you told the council in the December 15th meeting at the 55.5 mark that you would move forward with the small bridge on Avondale Haslet Road if the state grant failed. Now we are waiting again for a federal grant to be decided. We were told by Mr. Michael Morrison, Director of Transportation at North Central Texas Council of Governments at the traffic summit last week, that the decision would be made quickly, possibly within weeks. I'm asking you tonight, if you are not granted the funds, please let's move forward with the small bridge. The small bridge is safe and can be built in 2 to 3 years sooner to solve some of the traffic flow. It will preserve access to Schoolhouse Road and give our businesses located in that traffic flow they deserve with easier access to their shops. The owner of our Haslet feed store has raised her concerns on social media, and I'm sure other businesses are suffering too. As the mayor of Haslet, this should be of great concern to you. Yet, you refuse to allow Main Street to remain open for a period of time to allow for other area street improvements. Your choice to block another path of traffic flow does not make sense, and it's unfair to the Haslet businesses and the surrounding communities. Last, I want to address item 9J, the installation of a parking lot at Nance Field by the HCEDC board. I'm asking City Council tonight to approve this agenda item with paving the lot with reinforced concrete. As long as this parking lot will remain in the same position where it is located now, it makes sense to pave the lot with concrete. My understanding is the life of concrete is 20 years versus asphalt, which is 5 to 7 years. This longevity factor is another reason for going with concrete. With 4 times longer life as a little over 2.5 times the cost, it is clear concrete is the best choice. The price of concrete will be economically superior surface and remain maintenance-free and aesthetically pleasing choice. We have too many projects in Haslet that require attention early in their life cycle. Let's take care not to do this again with this project. My opinion is let's do the job right the first time so it does not need to be addressed again. The HCEDC board has authorized a budget that covers this cost of reinforced concrete. Thank you for speaking tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Wertz. Do we have another speaker?
The remaining 3 in person are for public hearing items, but we did receive emails.
Let me ask first, are there anyone online wishing to speak?
No one online wishing to speak.
Thank you.
Okay. The first email is from Michelle Warden, 1713 Pine Valley Drive. It says, Mayor, City Council members, and city staff, thank you for reading this letter this evening and for your consideration. My name is Michelle Warden. I am a resident of the Willow Springs neighborhood who relies daily on our local roads to commute to work and support my family. Local roads that aren't sufficient for the number of people and cars on them. I'm writing to share my growing concern about the lack of adequate road infrastructure, particularly the continued absence of a bridge over the railroad tracks on Avondale Haslet Road. This issue has had a significant impact on my daily life and on the lives of many other residents. Every day I spend a substantial amount of time sitting in traffic due to train delays and congestion on the surrounding roads. What should be a reasonable commute often turns into a long, unpredictable, and frustrating experience. This lost time is not only an inconvenience, it affects my productivity, my family schedule, and my overall quality of life. I have been tracking the amount of time it takes for me to get from my work to home and back and forth, to get from home to my work each morning and then back home after. I live 7.5 miles from my place of employment, and on average, it takes me 47 minutes to get there. And that's just the average. Some days it takes me over an hour to get to work and another 30 to 45 minutes to get home at the end of the day. Again, to go 7.5 miles. Surely I'm not the only one that finds this completely ridiculous. We moved to this area for the ease of transit to work and the wonderful schools. Now we can't even get to the schools or to work without sitting in traffic. Haslet and surrounding areas continue to grow with the new neighborhoods that I'm watching being built while I sit in traffic, and with that growth comes even more traffic. While I understand that large infrastructure projects take time, planning, and resources, the ongoing delay in constructing the bridge over the railroad tracks has created a real hardship for residents. The majority of us feel that this project is necessary to improve safety, reduce congestion, and support the long-term health of our community. It's also flat out annoying and disrespectful that we can't get from point A to point B on any given day of the week, and that nobody seems to care enough to do anything about it. I respectfully ask the Council and Mayor Holsey to prioritize the development of the bridge and to communicate more clearly about the status, obstacles, and timeline of this project. I also ask that you put your personal agenda and ego aside and move forward with a small bridge solution as soon as possible. We are all tired of the back and forth, the nonsense excuses, the he said, she said, and we are all demanding that something is done to provide relief in our area. Transparent updates and proactive action would go a long way in rebuilding trust that we have lost and demonstrating commitment to addressing the day-to-day challenges faced by residents. Thank you for time, for listening to my concerns, and for your continued work on behalf of the City of Haslet and surrounding areas. Next, we have Lori Nitka, Nitka, at 1340 Bassettown Drive. Mayor, what will it take for you to begin listening to the voices of your constituents and neighboring communities? Must a tragedy occur before a meaningful action is taken? Regrettably, based on the continued inaction, it appears that even serious safety concerns have not been sufficient to prompt change. This morning provided yet another example of the ongoing situation that residents have repeatedly brought to your attention. I left my home 30 minutes earlier than usual for my son's doctor appointment, located less than 15 miles away. In other words, I allowed over an hour for what should normally be a 25-minute drive. To be clear, this occurred late in the morning, well after the typical rush hour traffic. Despite that precaution, I was forced to sit in traffic for more than 30 minutes on Avondale Haslet Road due to a train blockage and the resulting congestion. The alternative route out of the neighborhood was not available because of the concrete barrier blocking access through Main Street. As a result, we arrived 10 minutes late to the appointment. I was forced to plead with the medical office not to cancel the visit or charge us a no-show fee. Mr. Mayor, these conditions are not simply inconvenient, they are dangerous. You yourself has acknowledged these concerns. In an NBC News report dated December 23, 2025, you described an incident in which 4 police vehicles and an ambulance were forced to wait approximately 40 minutes for a train to clear. The alone should have been enough to prompt urgent action. Our community now experiences constant gridlock. Emergency vehicles struggle to pass through congested roadways, while trains repeatedly block critical crossings. School buses are delayed, parents cannot reliably get their children to school on time, and frustrated drivers are forced into increasingly risky situations that raise the likelihood of accidents. As a parent, I am deeply concerned for the safety of my children and the safety of everyone who must travel these roads. Mr. Mayor, there are 2 distinct decisions that have significantly worsened the situation for residents in this area. First, the decision to install a concrete barrier blocking access to effectively eliminate one of the limited exits available to our neighborhood. This action has forced all traffic into already congested routes, increasing delays and creating dangerous conditions. By removing this access point, you have restricted mobility for residents and further limited the ability for emergency vehicles to move efficiently through the area. Second, there is the continued delay in moving forward with the already funded and approved bridge project. This bridge was intended to provide much-needed traffic relief and an additional route for residents and emergency services alike. Instead, progress has stalled, leaving the community to deal with worsening congestion and increasing safety concerns. Had the bridge project proceeded as planned, much of the traffic pressure currently affecting both our community and your town could have been significantly reduced. It is also important to remember that the progress toward the bridge and the widening of Highway 156 was halted under your leadership. Had that project been allowed to continue, the traffic pressure of your town would likely be far less significant today. The reality that residents have attempted to approach this issue respectfully and through proper channels, We have attended meetings, and we have raised concerns repeatedly, yet the core problem remains unresolved. A mayor's responsibility is to lead with transparency, represent the community, guide policy decisions, and work collaboratively with City Council while city staff manage daily operations. Unfortunately, many residents feel that decisions surrounding this issue have lacked transparency and have not reflected the best interests of the broader community. It is also worth noting that when neighboring cities impact one another, as is clearly the case with traffic, development, and emergency access, Texas law and regional governance practices emphasize cooperation and coordination between municipalities. Collaboration with neighboring communities is not optional, it is part of responsible leadership. At this point, the request from residents is simple and direct: build a bridge. To the members of City Council, thank you for your continued efforts to move this project forward and for advocating for the safety and well-being of both Haslet residents and the surrounding communities. And then the last one, that's for public comments. The final one is for public hearing, but this one is for public comments, is Tony McCowan, 201 Schreiber Drive. Good evening, Mayor of Haslet City and members of the Sendera Ranch Council.
Excuse me, did you say that's for the public hearing?
The next one, this is for public comments.
I see.
Calling you the Sendera Ranch Council is no accident. It more accurately reflects who I believe you have chosen to represent. There are many examples I could cite, but the most egregious example occurred during the February 17th City Council meeting. In a discussion between the mayor and Councilmember Carruthers about construction impacts on Old Town, the mayor stated that his priorities are the citizens of Haslet City, which includes Old Town. Councilmember Carruthers responded, "They've lived there a very long time, and like people have told me when I moved here, you knew the trains were there before you moved here." This remark prioritizes the needs of a neighboring city over the residents of Haslet City, whom Councilmember Carruthers was elected to serve. It dismisses the legitimate concerns of longtime Haslet citizens. Councilmember Carruthers should retract that statement and issue a public apology to the residents of Old Town and Haslet City. If he refuses, I urge the other council members to denounce his statement and reaffirm that your first duty is to the people of Haslet City. Thank you for your time and for hearing from your constituents. I hope to see actions that restore trust in this council's commitment to Haslet City above all. And then the remaining are for public hearings.
And do we have another? And you said that's for the public comment or public hearing?
Yes, sir. Public hearing.
All right, very good. Again, I will check, is there anyone online?
No, sir.
Are there any others in the audience wishing to speak? If not, then we'll move on to items of community interest. The City of Haslet general election will be held Saturday, May 2nd, 2026 from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. for the purpose of electing council members place 1, place 3, and place 5. Please go to our website under elections page to find more information. Our annual Easter egg hunt will be held Saturday, March 28, 2026 from 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. at the community park. I invite all to come out. Bring the children. They have a great time.
Mayor, I apologize. We do have one more speaker for 9F. It was listed under the public hearing items, but 9F does not have a public hearing.
Say that again.
We do have another speaker, but it was listed as a public hearing. It was listed as in the public hearing section, but there is not a public hearing for 9F. So we do have one more speaker in person.
We'll come back.
Okay.
Anyway, there's over 26,000 eggs, and there's something in every egg for everyone. Friday, April 3rd. All city offices will be closed in observance of Good Friday. A holy day. Nonetheless, let's go to item 6, administrative reports. Council, do you have any questions or on the administrative reports? maybe help that. I noticed in the past several council meetings, we've had residents, and mainly here in Old Town, really speak about the drug use going on in Community Park, to the point that it's like it's just rampant and people are walking around, even within the neighborhood here in Old Town. And I just noticed on the report, there's only been two, I don't know if citation or issues, one in October and one in November. I'm wondering, are we doing enough drive-throughs in Community Park? It sounds like we've got drug users running rampant here in the Old Town Community Park area. So, either wonder, can we, you got any insight on this?
Yeah, we're not aware of any major drug sales going on in the park. We're out there probably every hour and a half, 2 hours, maybe 3 hours. Shift, almost the same on the day shift. The most things we see in the park are teenagers making out. Usually we drive up, we say hello, it's a consensual kind of contact, and they leave. Most of them aren't aware that the park closes at 10 o'clock. One way, if y'all wanted to shut that park down completely, both sides of it, we could open it in the morning, we could close it at night. There's not a real problem there. Sometimes the kids are playing basketball in there after the 10 o'clock. We stop by, we park out there, write reports. There's no real crime in that park.
Okay, I was just curious, I don't live here in Old Town, I live in Haslet Park, but, you know, we've had, you know, residents that live here and have, in Old Town, bring it up a number of times, that it just seems like these guys are just walking around on every street. I mean, if you guys are patrolling, sound like a pretty regular basis, that's good to hear, so. I do appreciate you and your team's effort that you put forth for us here. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions on reports?
I've got a couple.
Please.
Did I see Michael Thetford here? May I just ask a couple questions concerning code enforcement? I noticed there's two houses right here behind the feed store that are in some pretty rough shape.
Yes, sir.
Do we have any update on anything going on with them from your perspective?
Right, Nick, on Main Street.
Yes, sir. One of them looks like they both look abandoned.
Right.
And those would be, to his point, the kind of places that crime might, occur.
Right. Yeah, both those houses have been on my crosshairs for quite some time now. I've reiterated that to our code officer to keep check of those. The one directly next to the feed store, they had an open door a while back. We addressed that with the owner. They got it secured. The one on the corner, that is something we are looking at right now. They were supposed to be doing some kind of remodeling in that house, and they started, and then they just stopped and walked away from it. So we will be on that and get that taken care of.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Council, any other questions?
Yes, Mayor Halsey. I had a question for an update on the Capital Improvements Advisory Committee. Do we have members yet for that?
We have calls into prospective members, yes.
How long until we're out of compliance with Bill 1883?
The engineering has asked for a CIAC meeting as soon as we can get one.
So still working on filling that?
On that membership, yes, we are. And if anybody has any developer, realtor, or constructor, then please give our office a call.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on your administrative reports? On page two, looking at the general fund on the revenues, it looks like on the ad valorem tax, we're here in March. So basically halfway through the year.
Do you mind turning your microphone on?
I'm as green as it gets.
There you go. No, that's gonna be green too. Now you're good.
Okay, is that better? Yes. All right, sorry. So, all right, so looking at the ad valorem tax online, we're in March, we're halfway through our budgeted year, and it's a good thing, we've collected 104% of what we budgeted of $5.5 million. So my question would be, did we under budget on this line item? I mean, if we budgeted 5 million, we're at 100% of that. I mean, are we going to come in $3, $4, $5 million greater than this number, or do we expect that to just not collect any more ad valorem for the last half of the year?
I would say that that is an estimate, and I just received a letter from Tarrant Appraisal District, and which they are undergoing is cases on the ad valorem of properties are being adjusted and reduced. So the end of that story is to be determined.
I mean, that appears to be a good thing for the city. It looks like we're going to come in, well ahead of what we budgeted. So that's a plus for our budget. Next thing is back in the back. Now, about page 14 from what I could number. It's on the carry forward account from the prior year. So these are all the items that were budgeted in 24-25 fiscal year and money not spent, we carried it forward. So I'd kind of like to run through these and get an idea of where we're at and where we're going. The first one is Project 2025, where we budgeted $45,000 and we spent $3,800. So are we still expecting to spend the $41,000 this year on that, or are we looking to carry that forward?
That is being carried forward.
So that'll go into the 26-27 budget year?
Yes.
Okay. All right, next is the Haslet Parkway access and fencing to city property. We had budgeted $286,000 on that and not spent any money for that. Are we going to do fencing this year?
The engineering has that in design, and as I understand, they are near completion, and that would go to bid, and when it goes to after bidding, it would come to the city council for their approval.
Okay, so that could still happen this year.
Yes.
All right, then financial utility software, we budgeted $218,000, a year and a half ago. So, I mean, do we need new software for this group?
Yes, that is in process. In fact, there are portions that are being transferred as we speak. It is approximately a year's time in transition from one software base to the other, so that will be expended.
Okay, so I'm just to recount, this was all money budgeted last year in 24-25. So, we're a year and a half into this. So I'm just thinking we need to, either get these projects moving or we need to take them off the map, one way or the other.
No, these are active projects.
Okay, then the other one, we've got the replace the HVAC system down in the fire station, which I've mentioned 3 or 4 times in the past. Are we making any progress with putting this out for RFP?
We are making progress in getting an engineering company to do that assessment.
Okay, do we have a timetable for that?
Approximately 2 months.
All right, I'll skip the fire marshal vehicle. Fire station generator, that one, we know that's a future agenda item with the RFP, so we're good on that. Haslet Park drainage improvements, I know that's, is budgeted for $231,000, and that's in works. I was just over at 209 Schreiber the other day, so we've got stakes in the yard, so I know Mike and company have done engineering work, so hopefully that's a good project. It'll get finished up this year. Park AC and heat upgrades, $19,000. I thought we're done with that one? Okay, that's good. There's just no expenditure showing year-to-date on that.
Mr. Tucker will follow up with Marcy, make sure that all invoices have been submitted and paid.
Okay, then I know, see, we've got the fire station fields, restrooms. I know that's been discussed, and along with the master plan for the fire station fields, which I think, and that's being worked on by a subcommittee. I think Mr. Gilbert and EDC, Park Board are working on survey, which I think we need to make sure we get the survey, not survey, but the study done where we want stuff, and then we plug in the restrooms where they fit on the map. So I think we'll say that's in works. Community park fence along Highway 156, we budgeted $30,000. Are we doing anything with this one?
Yes, again, engineering is, as I understand that they are close to the engineering design on the fencing and letting of that bid. Is that correct? Very good.
Okay, maybe Mike Anderson could shoot us a note on update. Any of these tied in with Belchiff and Associates, it'd be good if they could shoot us a brief summary on these. And I just bring this up because, like I said, these are items that were budgeted in the prior year, but there's no, let's get them done. If we're going to budget them for a year, let's get it done. That's kind of the way we need to look at this stuff. Then we got, survey and conceptual layout. We just talked about the fire station field, so I think some of that is in work, so that's good. Generator installation for the library. I think we budgeted $200,000 for that. There's some money spent. Are they getting close to installing, or is that part of the RFP that's going out?
Please go ahead and answer that.
The fire station generator and the library generator both already went out for bid. We've received those bids back, and that should be coming in, I believe, the first council meeting in April for y'all's approval.
Okay, thank you. And we've had some updates on, the public work facility, so I know that's being looked at, so that's good. Digital marquees are in place. Some of y'all seen here at the library and fire station. Digital marquees look great. That's a good deal. The 30 by 40 storage building at the fire station, we budgeted $80,000. I mean, can we go get a temporary building and put down there? I mean, are they in need of we talked about this in 24 and 25. We said they need a replacement storage building. I mean, can we go down to Leland's and buy, not Leland Frank here, but can we go get them a metal building and put down there that's portable for temporary?
That is, it's not for HSA, but it is for Public Works, but please go ahead.
It's a shared use building, and the only thing that's holding that up is the permanent location, along with the same with the bathroom for behind the fire station. Once it's determined where those two items will go, then those will be relatively quick to get put in place. They're just waiting on that.
Okay, so you're looking at more of the permanent fixture type
Yeah,
thing,
it's
so we
a,
can
it's a
plug it
steel
in.
building for, basically for
Yeah.
fertilizer and chemicals, as well as storage for for sports associations items. So
Okay.
it's a little more permanent than a temporary.
Now yeah, if we're going to store fertilizer stuff, we need a good permanent structure to keep that in due to the dangerous aspects of it, so I appreciate that. Last one is library needs assessment study. We'd budgeted $60,000, and I think I've mentioned this before. I think that's one we really need, to me and my aspect, we need to put that on hold until we see what the city of Fort Worth's going to do and what the impacts of that will end up doing to the usage here at our library. Because we already know 80% of the patrons at our library are from our non-Haslet residents. So it'll be interesting to see what that library, when it opens, what that pulls from our current library. And I'm all in favor of libraries. My mom's librarian, so I'm not anti-libraries, okay? But we need to be smart about what we're doing with our buildings and with our usage on this.
And I want to ask a question to clarify that too, because you said 80%. I'm pulling up the report. it said 78%, but I think that's 70% of the new accounts. So I don't know what our actual percentage is of
What, excuse me, what's your question?
I'm responding to his comment that 80% are non-residents, and it might be that high, but they're just giving us the percentage of the new accounts opened. So every month, like they just opened 55 new library card accounts, and 78% of those new accounts were non-residents. So I'm not sure what the actual data is.
And I'll be honest, I didn't do a calculation based on library use patrons. That's just a number that over the various years, various organizations, the city council stuff uses for the library. It's, 80% non-resident, 20% resident. So I could be off, say it's plus or minus 5%.
And I do agree with you, when that new library gets opened, to see what the pull occurs with our library.
Okay, I just think it's important when we have item, we budgeted stuff for 1 year, well, let's do that. But then when we carry over from a prior year, to me, we need to stay on top of those, or let's figure out, are we really going to do them or not? I think that's the gist of it. And as we go into our 26, 27 budget cycle, I think should come up in July. I think that's something we need to come back and review. What's the status on these? And let's get it all worked out. Good timing on these type of projects. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Do we have any other questions?
I have a few more. Mr. Tucker, can I ask a couple questions? I know you submitted the report.
Which report do you have?
Oh, sorry, I'm on the wrong one right now, but since you're up there, do we have any timeline updates on the repairs on Westport, for example, and when they're going to be back open again?
We're going to, excuse me, but we'll cover that here on our updates in item 7.
Okay. And then,
do you have any questions on the reports?
Yes, it's an engineering report, but I don't know who can do this. The gas well report, is that your area or someone else?
It's not, I can try to answer those, but
And I as well. What's your question?
Well, I see that we contacted about the Jewel site. Is that the one that's outside of Caraway?
I don't believe so. I'm not positive.
Because it says outside city boundaries.
Okay, then yes.
That would be it, yes.
And it says we contacted someone in September of 2025, but have we heard anything back on that at all?
We are having to go through the Railroad Commission on that well site.
Okay.
And have them act with the owner. Because they are in our ETJ,
right.
We have no direct control over them.
Okay.
And the Beltiff and Associates, who handles our well reports, in conjunction with our Building Services Code Enforcement. Mike, do you have any update on that with regard to the
Thank you, James. Sorry.
Railroad Commission in response to the well site?
I can tell you where, basically, our gas well inspector previously notified the well owner, who was receptive to making repairs to the site. He has made no progress that's been visually seen.
Absolutely.
They reached out to Tarrant County, I guess, for fire to, from basically growth and that kind of vegetation, but they are kind of limited. The Railroad Commission is really the entity that can enforce that. Our gas inspector has reached out once again to the owner, but he's also working on a complaint to the Railroad Commission, and that's going off. Should be this month that they'll receive that, and then we'll kind of take steps there. Really, we are going to be at the mercy of what they will enforce, and if it's cosmetic, they may or may not make them, but there are several.
It's a safety hazard.
There's several things he can see. He cannot enter that property, being that it's outside of our jurisdiction.
Right.
But from the street side, you can see overgrowth. You can see
Rusted,
dilapidated
collapsed
structure.
tank. Yeah.
So that's what he's documenting and what he's setting off in that complaint. We're hoping, he said typically, I want to say he said minimum of 45 days turnaround on those kind of complaints, but he is pursuing that with all the power we have.
Okay. In the future on this report, could we just have a small map at the bottom that shows where these are located? Because not everybody knows where the Lola Johnson site is, for example. Could we just have a small map?
Sure, we can get a map of all our well locations.
Thank
We
you.
already have that.
Thank you.
I do know, Chris, to your point, there is a gas well that's back behind, east of Perry. It'd actually be probably on Sweetgrass property, I guess. It's right behind Zach's house. They finally did get that gate closed and locked up. So I went by this weekend to check it, so that's a good thing. Before it was wide open, I'd go up there and just play around with all the dials on all the well stuff, so.
Yeah, the big one I'm worried about is outside of Caraway because it's rusting and collapsing and very big safety hazard, especially for kids.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
there's nothing on item 7 that talks about Westport Parkway, so can Mr. Tucker give us an update on that, please?
I do have it included with my item 7.
He has it included.
Okay.
That is, I understand, but that will be in his report.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, Mayor,
Do we
I got-
have any more questions on our administrative reports?
Yes, on 6C, on the engineering reports, a couple things. One for you, Jay, first one's for you. The new pavilion down here at Gamble Park. Pavilion looks good. I just want to know, are we going to put a dang picnic table on that pavilion? We got a barbecue cooker there, we need a picnic table.
Yeah, we do intend to put that in there. It was not a part of that original plan, but we do intend to relocate one or replace one underneath there.
Okay, because it doesn't make any sense to have a pavilion and a charcoal grill there and no picnic table for the people to eat on. So picnic tables are prime. Pavilion, picnic table, one-on-one for future reference there. Okay, thank you very much. I like my parks. So does my wife. Second one, it looks like on the State Highway 170 flyover, I know we presented alternatives with the north side columns. Are we still in negotiation about where columns are going to go?
Is that on one of these reports? Oh, it's in your engineering report.
It's in the engineering report on 6C, sir.
Yes. And your question is it going to be on the north side of the road?
Well, I think between the different parties, the last we heard was there was debate about, do we want columns in the center median or do we want them, I think the city was trying to get them on the north side to better work with the utilities. So where are we at with that piece of it?
TxDOT has assessed that, and they have come back and said that placing the road and the columns on the north side, which avoids utility relocations, is very feasible.
Good. All right. That's a good thing. Next one is the Blue Mound right here. It's on the road drainage piece of it. Blue Mound reconstruction intersection. So curious here, so we're working on this. Topo survey, I guess, is complete on the piece of it. I mean, looking at the blue notes that I guess Mike would have updated. Mr. Anderson, I'm sorry.
And your
Yes, sir. I'd like to speak on that. I'm sorry. I'm remote in this evening. Yes, sir. We've got the topo survey back. The limits of that are from John Day Road clear over to the old bridge by the park property on the east side of FM 156. And we are in the process of putting together a schematic for that project that would include the intersection improvements at John Day Road and 156, to also include all the necessary utility relocations and intersection improvements. And we're hoping to have that back for presentation, hopefully in May, to the council, and then we can begin working with the 4 or 5 different pockets, if you will, to help figure out how we're going to fund those improvements. So that project is, I would say it's under the 30% schematic phase of design at this point.
Okay, so when the 30% schematics are done, can we take a look at those? I'm really curious about where we've got the BNSF bridge application and what's being designed there for a bridge over those railroad tracks.
Yes, sir. We did get a copy of the bridge concept plan early in February, and we're actively working to correlate what we could do intersection improvement wise with the plans for the bridge. We've also got a 36-inch water line that we're trying to work with City of Fort Worth on through that same corridor. So should have something ready for probably that second meeting in May to present to everyone on that project.
Okay, so you're thinking second weekend in May, or can we get something, if you got your 30% schematics done in April, can we get something in April?
We could shoot for April, second meeting in April. I could try to have something for you. Yes, sir.
All right, that would be good. Appreciate it, Mr. Anderson.
Yes, sir.
All right, that's all I've got.
All right, council, do you have any other questions on our reports? If not, then let's go to item 7, updates on active items, projects, and event recaps. Mr. Tucker. You have a fire station and public works building here.
Next slide, if you will. All right, so there's not too much exciting to really visually look at, but the fire station expansion project's moving along. They got sheetrock and interior walls. This is just a picture of the training room here. Still scheduled for brick and stucco. I think that got pushed off by another week. And then they're running, I believe, data cabling, or at least the conduit for right now. Things like that are going on. So good improvement, but nothing more visually than what you see there. It's slowly getting dried in. I believe they have doors, just not all the windows in around the building. We're making positive progress there. They still have that same estimated completion date of 4/9. Next slide there.
Let me back up and let me ask you. That's less than a month away.
I don't, like I said, that's the one that was provided. I don't.
Okay, well, we probably need to meet with that project manager tomorrow and get a new date on that. Yes, sir.
Can we also have the project manager reach out to the cabling coordinator or the cable company, because they have not heard from the project manager?
Check that as well.
Very good, thanks.
The next slide here, this did not fit up here as well as I'd hoped. I was hoping that was easier to see. We had engineering work us up just a preliminary schedule for our public works building and offices there. Basically, I mean, I said this is a working schedule, but it's with a target of final design in September and looking for award by November 26th. And then at the very far end of that, we're looking at a final completion in August of 27. Like I said, this is the working timeline there, but this is at least a kind of roadmap forward. We're currently reviewing what engineering has drawn up for a site plan, and we should have a copy of that y'all can see in the coming updates.
Okay, yeah, I was going to ask if we could get a copy of that, just so we could keep track of it there. That'd be good. Thank you.
Next slide there. The update for the Keller Haslet extension project. Like I said, the extension has been open. The Main Street portion is still closed. They've poured the concrete portion, and we're still waiting on the guardrail installation, signage, and other traffic devices and striping in that. They are still estimated on a April 3rd completion date, and they have every confidence that they'll complete it by that date. Next. And then this is the update for Westport. This is that Fund 20 road improvement project. So the current activities, starting today, they opened up Westport, so now it is back to 2 lanes going down from 35 in, and that signal light is back in operation. We did notice today it was giving some errant calls off the Harmon side, and we have scheduled them to come out, but it's not causing any disruption. It's just occasionally it signals a green on Harmon when nobody's there. But that should, provide quite a bit of relief for everybody. They are currently doing the repairs, some small repairs on intermodal north and south. There is going to be intermittent single lane where they jog people around the areas they're patching, and then as they get to the south part of intermodal, they will be routing people over and sort of what they did on Westport. That's going to be kept to a minimum, but there's a few larger sections on there. We don't think it's going to cause any traffic issues, being that you do have some turn lanes and the median opening. So that is what's currently going on there. Westport Bridge, there's just some transition asphalt repairs. They're going to be, they've tentatively given us a schedule on 4/6 and 4/7. So it's going to be a 2-night operation. They're going to do half one night, half the next. So they're going to come in the early hours, they're going to prep everything, and then they'll put asphalt in at the first delivery. Asphalt gets made in the early morning, they'll have that first delivery. So there'll be just 2 days, we'll have a little bit of traffic at around 7:30 while they're finalizing that. But those transitions will be repaired. It's not no cure time or anything. It's just asphalt can go down. As soon as it's cool enough to drive on, they can open it back up. The Main Street and Gamble closures here, those are should be open on the 26th, and that will conclude any downtown repairs here. And then I asked them for an update on the Haslet Park in Brentwood. They're saying mid-April, and that's a very fluid date. If it becomes available for them to get a crew there sooner, they'll make those repairs as soon as possible, but that's the current schedule.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask a quick question?
Yes, please.
Mr. Tucker, since we have the realignment of Main Street and there's less traffic coming out of downtown, so to speak, is there any thought to retiming the lights at Westport and Haslet, in 156 and all of the different lights that are there? Because if we don't have as much traffic coming this way, we could lengthen the ones for all the others, especially Westport.
So we've already made that request, and we are also working with engineering's working on like a timing program for the whole town. But they have already made some adjustments preliminary, and specifically accounting for the reduction in traffic on Main Street, which would increase the turn light timing onto Westport. So some of those preliminary changes have already been made.
And then in addition to that, the light at, what's that called, Keller Haslet Road that's up there, the new one? The left turn when you're going westbound, I guess. Is that light, that turn lane lengthened at rush hour?
I don't think they've made any changes to there, but that is part of the timing plan that's being looked at by engineering. They have somebody looking at all the timing that, basically through town on TxDOT to help with just moving traffic.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Mr. Tucker, any other questions for James?
I do have two other things I forgot
Please.
to mention. There will be, and I keep reminding everybody, there will be a section of time where they're doing some intersection improvements at Westport and Intermodal. Those will be done in a handful of phases because there's several turning movements through there. They're going to do their best to make that as understandable and least amount of confusion possible. We do expect there to be just a general hassle of trying to make those repairs and get traffic through there, but those will be done in the most cohesive manner possible. But just to warn y'all ahead of time that when those happen, and we should have a traffic control plan for each of those phases that we can post out there to help, but we do expect that to be a little bit complicated. And the last item is we are going to be doing some foam injection for pavement preservation. It's kind of new to us, but it's been tried and true. So in a few of the areas that we're seeing any kind of movement in pavement, we're going to attempt to, put stabilizing foam. They've had pretty good success with that in other areas, specifically DFW Airport utilizes it quite a bit. So we're going to give that a try to preserve some of the pavement we have that's still in good condition but showing movement.
And let us know what road that is.
So we're doing it in a couple places. The majority of it is happening in the Vines. And the road escapes me. It's the main road that runs on the east side of the Vines, where they're seeing a lot of movement there. It'll be done there. We're also having some sidewalk repairs that is kind of falling down as well as in front of our library. So this will be a good test run, but we have good confidence that we'll see some benefit from it.
And sorry, one more question. Mr. Mayor, I think this is more directed at you, but also him as well. I understand that North Glen has reached out to ask about the cut-through traffic that's going on in their neighborhood as well.
Yes.
Do we have any update on that?
Yes. I met with 3 of the residents who are, I'll say, leading that campaign within North Glen, and gave them materials. And with regard to anything, from placing gates at their entrance from Blue Mountain Road to speed humps to additional stop sign requests. And they are getting back, their task is to meet with their residents to determine what it is they would want as a subdivision, and come back to let us know. and we stand ready to facilitate them in any way we can.
So we could possibly end up with, what is that, 4 or 5 neighborhoods now? They're going to end up with speed humps because of our traffic?
They could end up with speed humps if they request it, and they get, now in that subdivision, to get speed humps, over 50%, 51% have to sign a petition and submit it to the city. And the traffic from Blue Mound Road, as it's been experienced over the many years with Ashmore Farms, people are tempted to cut through the subdivision.
I guess we just need to fix the roads, huh? And quit having to do speed humps in every single neighborhood because our roads aren't right. We keep having to do these Band-Aid things. And I feel for North Glen and Ashmore Farms and Laterra, Creekside, and all the other, and John White. Is that the name of that neighborhood with the 5 Hugh White, sorry. I mean, how many neighborhoods are we going to have to get speed humps in it before we finally fix the roads the right way they're supposed to be fixed?
And which roads are, I know all our roads need.
All of them.
All of them.
Should have been done 10, 20 years ago.
So,
Well, you're right about that. Yeah, this is nothing new in the last 4 or 5 years. It's been known for many years.
Mayor Halsey,
Yes.
when we coordinate that with North Glen, can we also work with Creekside to see what their citizens are going to want? in
If
that neighborhood as
Creekside
well?
would contact my office,
Okay.
please. We
Then they
stand
can-
ready to help. We had no idea that you were reaching out.
Perfect, thank you.
Please call, if you would call City Hall in the morning, they'll put you through. Any other questions on our update here? We have the last 2 items, the off-system grade separation. If you would pull that item up. I too was at the transportation meeting, and this is from the Regional Transportation Council, Director of Transportation, Mr. Michael Morris. COG, with regard to RTC and COG, their advice is stay focused on the Long Bridge. With regard to the TxDOT, Austin deliberately withheld $90 million. And unknown to many, their intention was to submit these North Central Texas Council of Government area projects, which that's a 16-county area. No project in that 16 counties got awarded any state funds for grade separation. Their intent was, as we learned, is to submit for federal funding in conjunction with this $90 million to parlay the 90 into $360 million specifically for this 16-county area, and the Long Bridge is part of that request. Next slide. Their preference, both COG and TxDOT, is the Long Bridge because of the impact it has in the sub-region and the amount of traffic that it moves and the relief it gets in the surrounding thoroughfares that this particular design lends itself to. Next item. Okay, the Avondale Haslet Road and path forward. Again, from the Transportation Director, is the Long Bridge, stay focused. Notice of the federal funding should be by the end of this month. I know that he said 2 weeks. That was from what, last Thursday? I put at the end of the of March. That was an estimate, but he was fairly confident that soon we will know whether that funding comes through or not. If the funding does not come through, and I have voiced this with TxDOT and COG, the short bridge, yes, that will go forward. And their immediate focus, this is both COG and TxDOT, is to focus on a BNSF approved design. Currently, there is no approved design. Next. Along with that is Haslet Parkway, inclusive of Avondale Haslet Road project. The RTC will perform a comprehensive review of the Haslet Parkway, Avondale Haslet Road project. And there are aspects that are needing additional funding, and COG will go through that and determine what that is and put that in the comprehensive plan, which will include a bridge of the short bridge or the long bridge. But that's their recommendation. I agree with what they find. And I hope you as well, Council, will, is working with our partners, TxDOT and COG, is to take their advice. That's all I have for those two.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Are we going to allow Ms. Laura Schluterhoff to speak? Because you said we were going to come back to her, but are we going to make her wait till the very end of the meeting?
Oh, I didn't know who was.
It is glorious.
Okay, what do we have?
I went to that transportation meeting, and that's not the news that I heard.
I have a letter from Mr. Morris from RTC. That's exactly what he states.
It is what he stated in the letter, but it didn't jive completely with what he said Thursday night. And I was glad that a lot of people were there, because it's not just my opinion. It's everybody that was there who heard and saw and listened to what was going on, is that what we were told is there's a very, 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 like, less than 5% chance that the big bridge is going to get funded. And so...
Well, I didn't hear that.
Most people are assuming that it's not going to be, and they're assuming that the small bridge is going to be what we go forward with. And I even got a chance to meet Mr. French. He was a really nice guy, the guy from BNSF. He said he was with you at La Terra Grill back in 2021, whenever that was, at the first meeting. He said BNSF pledged $3 million to the bridge, and now it's even up to $5 million. And he said the BNSF said, yes, we don't like the current bridge design, but it's no big deal to move the columns so that you don't have it in the middle of the right-of-way, and it's easy to fix, and they want to move forward and work with us and make it happen. They are not wanting to be an impediment at all, period, to this process.
That's correct.
So, but you keep saying over and over and over, it's not a BNSF-approved bridge. And you make it sound like, because they haven't approved it yet, that we have to, that it's not going to happen. And that's not the case.
Well, no, I'm not saying that it's not going to happen.
That's the way you present it.
If the short bridge is the solution, is that TxDOT will pursue the design, which they got to resubmit to BNSF.
But you again today said BNSF has not approved the bridge.
They haven't.
Okay, but the caveat to that is they haven't approved the original design, but they are willing to work with us and move forward and don't want to be an impediment to the process.
That's correct.
That's not what you say. You make it sound like they are against it altogether. And
no, I'm not making, I never have
Anybody,
said
can
that.
I have a show of hands? How many people think that? I mean, like, come on.
I have not said they are against the short bridge.
You actually said in some previous meetings that's the whole reason we didn't go with the small bridge is because BNSF didn't approve it. Because
they
of the
didn't
columns.
approve it. That's correct. And
So you've been using that over and over and over, and it's not the
leadership
case.
requested, and Mr. Anderson was in that meeting as well. TxDOT leadership requested, or stated rather, not request, stated they were not going to work any further on the short bridge until
Your
it
grant
was
done.
determined if the long bridge design was funded or not.
Okay, but let's get back to the BNSF. That's where I'm trying to get to right now.
Sure.
You have been using those columns and that excuse over and over and
Well,
over
it's not
again.
my excuse. I didn't design the thing.
But you keep using it to say, see, the small bridge isn't good.
Well, there's always this message put out, there's a 60% approved design and fully funded. Why don't you just start construction? Well, there is funding there, by the way of which, at that meeting, BNSF pledged $1.5 million, not $3 million.
He told me face-to-face Thursday night, they're at $5 million for this bridge.
Heard the same
They
thing,
are
too.
for the long bridge.
No, for
only.
the small
No,
bridge.
small.
No.
And he said, build the small bridge.
All I know is what I have record of and what they have stated.
All I know is
And-
what the man told me Thursday night,
Yes, I wrote it.
face-to-face.
I met with him, or I was there as well and wrote it down. He said that they are partners for $5 million
On the small bridge.
on the small bridge. Real quick before you continue on, one of my concerns is just that the small bridge would take approximately 3 years to be built versus the large with 8 to 9 years due to the environmental impact, possibly going through the NEPA process and the right-of-way. So that's just one of my biggest concerns is the time frame. We need a bridge, small or large, but the time frame of now or later is where I have a concern with that, and the fact that a larger bridge could be detrimental to our economy of Haslet. So those are just two of my concerns.
And when you move up to federal dollars, you now have to do much more environmental impact studies and all these things, and that's what makes it take so much longer. We don't have time for that. We have a bridge that's mostly designed. People are ready to work with us. It is mostly funded. People are ready to close those gaps. There's no reason for us to continue to pursue the long bridge, and yet you did not put my agenda item about the small bridge on the agenda tonight for us to even discuss it. That's not your call.
It's premature,
That's
and you
not
know
your
it.
call. The law says
It's detrimental.
That is not your call. The law says if a councilman requests something to be on the agenda, it is to be on the agenda, and no one can remove it for any reason. And then we can discuss it. I see you smirking.
Well, it will be on the agenda.
Yes, it will. It's going to be on the called meeting, and we're going to do it the way we want to do it because you're not going to be in control of it anymore.
All right. Well, very good. All right.
Can we please let Ms. Laura Schulerhoff say something?
Speak at 9F. That's if you let me speak at 9F.
Well,
That's the item you want to speak on? Is 9F?
Many.
Pardon?
Among many.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
She has public hearing
she said
items
she
as
has a
well.
lot to say.
Okay, on that.
Yes.
Okay. Then call at that time, please.
Will do.
But
All right.
correct me, the other one is not a public hearing. So,
Correct.
So she
I'll-
should speak now at the citizen
On what
comment.
item are you wanting to speak, Ms. Slaughterhoff?
9F is not a public hearing. She has comments on 9F. The other items she wants to speak on are public hearings.
All right, we have a number of public hearings. Speak on all of them?
She wasn't able to come up during the citizen comment time, so can she come now?
And please come up, Ms. Slaughterhoff.
Laura Schlotteroff, 1195 Wildson Way. City Councilor Mayor Halsey, Mr. Swanky, Mr. Ashton, and Caraway REI, Brett Pedigo. We've waited a long time for this property to be developed. The site plan has changed shape over many times over the last 10 years. The residents of Haslet want more commercial businesses to frequent rather than get in more traffic to go east, west, and south. I realize these drawings are for concept only, but please don't present these as medical office buildings. We have empty office buildings in Haslet and off Golden Triangle. We don't get tax revenue from these developments. Our new builds are nearing an end, and we need a larger stream of tax revenue to support the future of Haslet. Please consider the following desires of the residents I've asked for input. The list was collected from several posts on the Caraway neighborhood and Haslet Facebook groups. The consistent theme was, one, a place to buy food, and two, more restaurants, not fast food. Brahms had a total of 5, and Trader Joe's had a total of 3 call-outs. They want restaurants, fast food and sit-down, boutiques, small businesses, play cafe, places for birthday parties, like a craft place, Wild Fork, which is a meat and seafood store, cafe, family-owned restaurant, non-chain coffee shop, barber shop, small grocery store like Walmart, Marketplace, Whole Foods, Market Street, Wild Fork again. We need an ice cream shop and a small restaurant like a deli, a cafe. A small grocery shop would be amazing as well. I'm not trying to buy anything from QT except fuel, very expensive for anything inside. A FedEx or similar parcel service would be nice as well. No fast food restaurants. I want a Brahms with their little grocery market would be nice. How about a neighborhood Walmart, maybe CVS? CVS is a good one. Trader Joe's would pull value. Agree on Brahms, Lake Market, and ice cream shop. That would be fun. A Goddard a Goddard daycare or similar would be incredible. A bank wouldn't be terrible. Boutique restaurants and small businesses. No vape shops. I would love a nail salon and maybe a swig. With the rehab center as an anchor on the property, and these are my comments, it makes sense to have a drugstore to support the needs of the patients and staff. Plus, it would be a convenient place for nearby residents to stop in and grab something they need quick without having to go 15-20 minutes to a major store. The daycare staff and parents could also benefit by picking up things needed for daycare. I too would like to see a cafe place where you could get breakfast, through dinner and choose to sit down or get takeout. I also would like to see a small grocery so we don't have to drive 15 to 20 minutes and sit in traffic to get items we forgot to get on our big grocery trip or order. Brahms seems to check off a lot of the criteria people want. A sit-down restaurant with a takeout and a drive-through option with ice cream and a small grocery area. The consistent theme, again, is a place to buy food and 2 more restaurants, not fast food. And to end, I also support 9K.
Thank you, Ms. Slaughterhoff. Is that all our speakers?
Before the public hearing, yes.
All right, thank you very much. Do we have speakers coming up on specific items?
Public hearings.
On specific items?
On public hearings, yes.
Well, we have a number of them on public hearings.
We do. They're all on different public hearings.
All right, thank you. All right. Council, consent agenda. You have the city council meeting minutes for March 2nd, 2026.
Mayor Halsey, I make a motion to approve the consent agenda with one change to the minutes. I was absent on 2/17 and it marked, and I was here like in spirit, but I actually wasn't here on 2/17. So I'll approve the minutes with that one change.
A motion is made to approve the minutes of March 2nd, 2026 with the change to note that Mayor Pro Tem Morrow was absent on February 17th. Did I get that correct? Is there a second?
Mr. Holsey, second.
There is a second. All in favor? Mr. Watkins?
Aye.
It's unanimous. Thank you.
Just a note, Councilmember Watkins does need to have his video on for him to participate and vote on the items, and since his
That's
camera
true.
was not
Mr. Watkins,
on,
you have your video that you can turn on. Thank you. Item 9A, hold a public hearing, discuss, consider, and act to approve the site plan and landscape plans on approximately .903 acres on Lot 2, Block A of the Alliance Crossing Addition. The property is located west of I-35W and south of Westport Parkway. South of Westport Parkway, with an address of 13305 I-35W. Mr. Swanky.
Mayor Holsey and members of the council, if you'll remember back several months ago, we saw a SUP on this side to approve an electronic vehicle charging station, and this is their site plan and landscape plan approval process. And if you can go to the landscape plan LS3, that pretty well describes everything. Just scroll down just a little bit. It's a little bit distorted on the drawing, but this is their landscape plan and their site plan all together in one. There are some existing trees on the east side adjacent to 35 they are preserving, and then are adding a lot more trees. They're adding a lot more trees, throughout the site. One thing I'd like to mention that the Planning and Zoning Commission, in their motion, wanted the lighting to be consistent with the lighting that's in the shopping center around it, with Mai Tai on the west and 7-Eleven and the car wash, and they have changed their plans accordingly to incorporate those requests of the Planning and Zoning Commission. There is a person that represents the site and the EV charging station here tonight.
Very good. Would the gentleman or lady like to come up and, with regard to the presentation of this project, make any comments or address the council?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Brianne Mockbee. I work for Black and Beach, and I'm representing Common Ground and Electric Family.
Let me ask you, would you hold that mic up? I mean, you're soft-spoken and we can hardly hear.
I was sitting underneath the feedback all night, so I wanted to not blow anyone out of the water. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Brianne Mockbee. I work for Black and Beach, representing Common Ground and Electrify America for installing 24 EV chargers in the empty field next to the Thai place and the 7-Eleven. You've seen the presentation a couple months ago. We're just back with a site plan that includes landscaping and some minor tweaks and changes from the planning board in terms of the lighting. I can speak to that further if you would like me to, but yeah, I think it'll be a great complementary addition to the restaurant commercial neighborhood. It's, people will drive in, charge their vehicles, and go eat some food, buy some stuff at the 7-Eleven. I think it's a great use of that small parcel right off the freeway.
Very good. Well, in the process of this, council will, the presentation, we'll go to a public hearing, and then we'll go into discuss, consider, and act, and get into detailed questions that you may have for the applicant or Mr. Swanky. Okay? Well, thank you, madam. All right, at this time, I would like to open the public hearing on this topic at 8:43 p.m. Is there anyone who would like to address the council in this public hearing?
Brianne was the only one that I had.
All right. And call them up, please.
That was me.
The applicant, it was Brianne.
I'm good.
All right. Very good. Is there anybody online?
No one online wishing to speak.
All right. Given there's no one online or in the audience, I'll close this public hearing at 8:44 p.m. Let's go to discuss, consider, and act. Council.
I just had one question. So does this we're presented with today have the recommendations from P&Z, which is the lighting is downward facing and similar matching lumens.
Yes, that is correct.
Could you go to, I guess, L3, LS3, I think that was the one that showed the landscape on it. This is a kind of a small site, and that seems like a lot of landscape. Is that all that landscape required, or is that just above and beyond, or is that just a...
Some of it's up and beyond, but it appears like they want to make a good impression on the city, and so we're not opposed to any of it.
Yeah, I'm sure it looks nice. I can't read any of it. It's really pretty fuzzy, but I mean, I'm sure it looks real nice, and I can see some of the plants, but I just didn't know if it was... It seems like a lot for just like a charging area to charge, cars. I could see some landscape around the parking lot, but this seems like a lot, but I'm sure it looks really good, so.
Are they going to put nets around those trees so the trees don't hold birds over all those cars?
Well, there are no trees in the middle of it where those cars are charging, so that is good. There are some light poles, though, but no trees.
Mayor Halsey?
Yes.
I would like to make a motion to approve the site and landscape plans on approximately .903 acres on Lot 2, Block A of the Alliance Crossing addition.
Motion is made to approve the site plan for the .903 acres on Lot 2, Block A of the Alliance Crossing addition. Is there a second?
Well, is that with the P&Z's recommendation?
So you said that it is presented. Yes. Should I call that out specifically? Okay. So I'd like to make a motion to approve the site and landscape plans on approximately .903 acres on Lot 2, Block A of the Alliance Crossing addition with the planning and zoning recommendations.
Motion is made to approve the site plan of the .903 acres, Lot 2, Block A of the Alliance Crossing addition with planning and zoning's recommendation with regard to lighting. Is that correct? It's with regard to lighting.
Yes.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
There is a second. All in favor? Mr. Watkins?
Aye.
It's unanimous. Nine B, hold a public hearing, discuss, consider, and act to approve amended site plan and landscape plans for a portion of Lot 2, Block 5 of the Westport Park addition containing approximately 20.66 acres and commonly known as 850 Transport Drive. Mr. Schwenke.
Mayor Halsey and members of the council, this is a revised site plan to do several things. They're replacing the guard shack. They're increasing the driveway widths. Originally, it was just one driveway, and now it's going to be...
Can we see a plan?
Yes. You can go down to the first slide. Yeah. You might have to scoot down. There you go. All right, there was a guard shack on the east side of the building, which you can see the little square up there at the entrance. Now they're moving it to the west side, and where they have some more room, and they're increasing the driveway on the east side to 26 feet, and on the west side it's 15 feet with a median in between of approximately 12 feet. And so they'll have more room. And talking with the fire department, as long as they kept that one at 26 feet, it was good as far as fire access. They're also adding some lights along the western edge of the property. There's some little circles as you go up the property line by the truck parking. Right now there are none, and they want to add some more lighting, for those truck facilities. They're also fixing and installing a scales. And this has also been to the Planning and Zoning Commission, and they recommended approval. There will be some displacement of some trees down at the entrance, and they are going to replace those trees with new landscaping, as you can see in the exhibit right below the main one. It shows up on that other one. Yeah, where those green areas. And you can see on the right-hand side where they're moving, they're widening the drive, they'll take those trees and they'll plant new trees on the west side of the drive.
Very good. Again, we will, we have this, the presentation, we'll have this public hearing, and then we'll get into the detailed questions that you may have. All right, I open this public hearing on this topic at 8:49 p.m. Is there anyone in the, that wishes to speak to this item?
Not receive any cards, no.
Is there anyone in the audience? Is there anybody online?
No one online.
Given there's no one in the audience, no one online, we have no speakers signed up, I'll close this public hearing at 8:50 p.m. Discuss, consider, and act. Council?
Yeah, I don't have, anybody have any questions? Mayor, I'd like to make a motion.
Please.
I make a motion that we approve the amended site and landscape plans on a portion of Lot 2, Block 5 of the Westport Park Edition containing approximately 20.66 acres, commonly known as 850 Transport Drive.
Motion is made to approve the amended site and landscape plans on a portion of Lot 2, Block 5 of Westport Park Edition containing approximately 20.66 acres and commonly known as 850 Transport Drive. Is there a second?
I'll second.
There is a second. All in favor? Mr. Watkins?
Aye.
5-0. All those motions approved. 9C, hold a public hearing, discuss, consider, and act on ordinance XXX 2026 approving a zoning change request from agricultural to industrial on approximately 10.49 acres in the B. Levis Survey, abstract number 991, Tarrant County, Texas, located west of Harmon Road and south of Westport Parkway with an address of 1304 Westport Parkway. Mr. Schwenke.
Mayor Holsey and members of the council, this is a request from agricultural to industrial. And can you go down to the location map, please? Scroll down a little bit. This is just south of Westport Parkway and west of Harmon Road and just north of the currently constructed, new construction of Main Freight, which is to the south. And this is in accordance with the master land use plan, which shows this area as all industrial along the south side of Westport Parkway and airport facilities on the north side of Westport Parkway. So it's in line with the zoning of the surrounding area, and it's also in line with the comprehensive plan / master land use plan for the area.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Swanky. Again, we have a public hearing on this item. And I'll open that public hearing at 8:53 p.m. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak to this item?
We do have speakers, yes.
Okay, we have someone coming to the podium right now. We'll take them first.
Will Bowles?
Will Bowles, 4925 Greenville Avenue, Dallas. I am the applicant and developer representing City of Fort Worth, who owns this property. Really just here to answer any questions.
Public hearing is not the time for you to be up.
Gotcha.
Thank you. You'll get your opportunity here in a couple of minutes. Is there anyone like to, in this public hearing, like to speak to this item?
We do have Laura Schlotteroff.
Ms. Slaughterhoff.
1195 Wild Center Way, Laura Schlotteroff. This property is currently zoned as agriculture, as Mr. Schwenke said, and the master plan, land use plan designates it as future industrial zoning. Why does this future use have to be industrial? Don't we have enough industry? In some situations, we have no control. In other situations, we have more control over how the land is zoned.
I ask you to carefully consider each request to be rezoned as industrial rather than commercial. The land was bought while it was agriculture. If it makes sense to be a good neighbor with Fort Worth, I get it. I just hate seeing Haslet's agriculture land disappear into industrial land with more warehouses. We've got to get ahead of things and market Haslet to attract more commercial businesses so potential buyers see the land as commercial opportunity, not industrial opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sauteroff. Do we have any other speakers for this public hearing? Do we have anybody online?
No one online.
We have no one. Please come to the podium.
This is John Barnett, 1281 Valerian. I talked about it earlier in here. I completely understand why it makes sense for industrial in this sense, but once again, think about the short-term tax revenue versus the long-term. I don't believe it makes sense. If you start doing it here, it is going to slowly encroach. If you look at industrial, other players, they're going to say, okay, well, it's all industrial here. There is no need for a commercial. That's why whenever, I don't know if it's going to happen now, but I'll be looking on the agenda from C to I. I don't know about ags. Honestly, I had to do chat GPT to understand really what ags was. Makes sense in this instance, but once again, please, when you're voting on this tonight and in the future, you're setting a very dangerous precedent for all the residential areas in the community. So please take that into consideration when voting on that tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barnett. Do we have any other speakers? Anybody online?
No.
No one else in the audience, no one online. I'll close this public hearing at 8:56 p.m. Council, discuss, consider, and act.
So, Mayor Halsey, so Main Freight, or I guess maybe Mr. Schwenke, Main Freight is south, directly south of the pink, purplish pink box, correct? And that is?
That is correct.
And what is their zoning?
Industrial.
Industrial as well, and, okay. And then on the far side where there used to be homes, is that still residential on Harmon?
There are no homes.
There aren't any now, but there were homes on both sides, so.
Actually, it's industrial uses to the west and to the south, and to the east, there's another purchaser from the property that's owned by Fort Worth. But they have not closed on all the property yet.
To the east of this, of what I'm looking at, the site plan?
Yes.
Council.
Mayor Halsey.
Yes, Mr. Watkins.
The gentleman that was going to speak, did he have any kind of presentation for what the use of this land's going to be if we agree to the zoning change? What are they desiring to develop here, is my question.
It's a speculative.
And your name again?
Sorry, Will Bowles, 4925 Greenville Avenue, Dallas.
Please, go ahead.
It's a speculative development, so no tenant in tow, no specific use. I'll caveat a little bit, in the grand scheme of industrial developments, this is a small warehouse in the 115-ish thousand square feet, which is large, but in the, compared to Hillwood to the west and farther west, and it's on a small scale. So generally, I won't say absolutely, but generally the types of tenants we see in these buildings are more rooftop servicers, HVAC, pool equipment, window, door. I've got one that's a frozen food distributor. I've got Terminex in another building. So while I can't absolutely say that this won't have any trucks, or this is, just a distribution center a la Amazon or retailer like that, this tends to be more the box truck type.
So it sounds like it's what we might refer to as light industrial.
Yes.
Is that correct, Mr. Schwenke?
That would be correct.
And light industrial might be the smaller warehouses that can be rented, space can be rented, businesses such as service industries can be rented out and run from.
Correct.
But you wouldn't rule out there's a 150,000 square foot warehouse there.
Well, I know our site plan's about 115, and I think we're pretty much
Or
maxed out,
115.
but-
It could be one or the other.
Correct. I'm
But you have
speaking
no
more on-
particular specific plan right now. Okay, understood. Thank you.
Mayor Halsey, one last thing, please, sir.
Yes.
For the gentleman, if you don't mind, do you have any pending deals or agreements that hinge on this zoning change happening?
The purchase contract with the city of Fort Worth.
He has, did you hear that? He has a purchase contract with the city of Fort Worth contingent upon this approval.
Okay, and just for our education, and what, you said there's a potential future use. So if there's a purchase agreement with the city, what are you guys intending to build with not just a potential future use or what it could be? If you have a purchase agreement, that means you already have something in mind that you're going to be building. So I would like to know what that would be, sir.
That's a one single industrial warehouse building.
Do you have a particular tenant in mind already?
No, I do not.
And is it going to be a singular 100,000 plus square feet, or is it going to be able to broken up into smaller divisions?
It's going to be one building that has the capability to be demised into 1 to 4 different users, give or take, inside the building.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
This is just, I don't know if this is for him, but this is just kind of.
Please, go ahead.
I would rather see that stay agriculture, but I know that's not going to happen. I like seeing the natural land around here, but I'd rather it see be commercial and put some restaurants or put some commercial properties right there. That's right off of a major road that's very busy, and that's something that could bring in revenue to the city. I know we have main freight right behind that or right next to it. I understand this could be, 1 to 4 businesses in this building. But I think that could be a good site for a couple of small commercial businesses that could bring in money to our city and could bring in, money and other things. And so I don't know if I can approve this being industrial. I'd rather see it be commercial if that's even possible, to change that over at some point. So I don't know
I agree with you. I'd love commercial, but since it's already surrounded, I don't know that it makes sense, at least for me. But this parcel does it line up with the break in the median on Westport so that y'all could turn left? Do you even know? So you could turn left out of there?
Westport, we have a proposed median break that we've been working with Mike and Mark.
That's not there already?
Correct.
So there'd be another break in the median, other than the one that we've been going through for the repairs that have been happening recently?
Yes, that's the intent. And also, I just want to mention that on Harmon Road, all the traffic is going to be for truck traffic out to Westport and not south on Harmon Road, just like Mainport is.
Right.
Main freight to the south. So it'll all go north towards Westport, but there will be a median opening proposed on this when the warehouse builds.
How far away is it from the current median opening that's there? Do you know?
I don't know. It's at least.
I thought we did the math. I can't remember off the top of my head, but we ran through it with Mike, and I think he ran it by who's doing the traffic study?
Yeah,
the folks doing the traffic study at the intersection. And
normally they're 350 to 450 foot apart between the median breaks, so it'll be somewhere in that range.
Okay.
Crothers, I'm hearing what you're saying about it's kind of surrounded by, or the industrial's behind it, but I think like of Champion Circle where you have all the restaurants in front or the little fast food places, and then behind it are all the warehouses. So I have seen the mix of commercial in the front and industrial in the back, and it works just as well.
Well, I think that the developers here are interested in industrial use, period. That's the sense that I get. And they're not approaching or requesting that this would be a retail site at all.
Oh, I understand that. I'm just listening
And
to what the
that-
citizens are saying, and I agree with them about the commercial
Oh,
versus
we-
industrial and less warehouses.
We
and-
absolutely all desire that, sales tax. But nonetheless, just so the council is clear that this request is very specific for industrial, unless you're willing to go to commercial.
I'm not a retail developer, so it's out of my area of expertise.
So this is an industrial developer, and that is the market that is vying for the properties that are in Haslet, Texas, because of our location in this most prominent inland port in the United States. That is the value, is industrial warehousing. Nonetheless, back to you, council.
Morris, what might be handy, looking forward, when we get into these types of items on the agenda, maybe have some sort of snippet, may not need to be the whole master use plan, but a snippet around this area so, us as a council can see it and others, citizens can see as they're looking at this. I know we've got the maps out on the city website, but it's, it'd be beneficial as somebody's looking at a particular agenda, to be able to see how the area around this, a particular site is zoned, just for reference.
Yeah, if I can get a dongle, I will throw it on the screen. It does. Yeah.
Will those streaming this meeting be able to see this presentation?
Yes, sir. I've pushed it to the main monitor.
Yeah, you can see it. This is the site we're looking at right here.
And please describe the color code, all that's in red and in purple.
Yeah, this purple color is industrial land as adopted on the master land use plan, and the red colors are commercial. And then when you come down here to some orangey colors, those are office, warehouse type situation, sort of a quasi between industrial and commercial. And those are the main colors here. And of course, these black lines are the thoroughfares. This is Westport Parkway right here. And then this is Intermodal Parkway right here on this side. When you get over here to the white, that's airport property. But this is the adopted master land use plan showing this area south of Westport Parkway as being in the industrial classification.
Any other questions with regard to that?
No, but thanks for bringing that up.
Very good. If we could go back to the item. Thank you. Very good. Council, any other questions? If there's no other questions, may I have a motion?
Did you mention, somebody say a while ago, this is owned by the city of Fort Worth?
Yes, there's several properties over in this area. This one and the properties to the east were, and then they're scattered throughout, that were purchased as part of the development of the airport. But now they're disposing of all the properties, and all the properties owned by Fort Worth are up for sale.
Oh, okay.
But we do have a letter on file with this case that we required, basically signed by the city manager of Fort Worth, that they can apply for this zoning change.
So it is, though the developer has an offer contingent, it is the city of Fort Worth asking, as the owner, is asking for this zoning change. Very good. And then the developer's agreement can go forward, and they would be the new owner. Very good. So, council, it's to you. Council, I would recommend that you approve this. The market is for industrial just because of where we're located. That is the highest and best value of this land, and that's what developers do. There has been no inquiry, to my knowledge, Mr. Swanky, maybe yours, of any commercial development.
There has not been any commercial development requests along Westport Parkway at this stretch.
Have we reached out to anybody? Or do we just wait for them to call us?
That's correct. Yeah. Let's market ourselves.
Yes, there are developers I've discussed, and even very recently with regard to developing commercial retail in the area, and very specifically Trader Joe's and CVS's and things of that nature. But the world they live in is all about density. And Haslet does not have that density. But yet, they will pursue those things. They're not giving up on it. They know the desires of Haslet and the residents of Caraway and Sweetgrass and North Glen and New White and the Vines and Watercrest and all of Haslet. They understand and know that. But yet these commercial concerns, these retail concerns, they have very specific criteria, and they just don't deviate that much at all from their criteria. It is proven data, and that's the success of their business model.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
We might not have the density, but we sure have the traffic flow to back up having enough business for people around here. So I think that's a pretty lame excuse. We don't have the density when there's a lot of traffic on every road around here, and there are people complaining about the traffic. These businesses would thrive with all the people coming through around here. So
and
don't
Mr. Schwanke and I try to sell that multiple times to commercial developers, retail developers. And traffic doesn't always equate into sales.
Mayor Halsey,
Yes,
I'd like to make a motion.
please.
I can't in good conscience approve another warehouse. So I would like to make a motion to deny the zoning change request from ag to industrial on approximately 10.49 acres in the B. Lavoie, survey abstract number 991, Tarrant County.
Motion is made to deny the request a zoning change request from agricultural to industrial. Is there a second?
I second that.
There is a second. Council, I would urge you to reconsider. All in favor? Mr. Watkins?
Aye.
It's unanimous. Motion fails. Item 9D, to discuss, consider, and act to approve the annexation agreement of 67.589 acre tract of land situated in the Joel M. Lilly Survey, abstract number 979, Tarrant County, Texas, located east of Harmon Road, west of the I-35 West southbound frontage road, and north of Keller Hicks Road. Mr. Twinkie. And Mr. Page, and myself, we were all involved in this, as well as Mr. Anderson. Is Mr. Anderson still online? Hello, Mr. Anderson. He
Yes,
is
sir.
online?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you stand by.
Mayor Holsey, members of the council, this is a tract that's currently in the city of Haslet's extraterritorial jurisdiction, just north of Keller Hicks Road and east of Harmon Road. And you saw a preliminary plat on this property, probably about 4 or 5 months ago, and it was approved by this board, and showed various things. It showed a thoroughfare, the Harmon Road, with a curve being developed on the very northwest corner, and it also on the just a proposed sketch site plan at the time showed a approximately 1 million square foot warehouse building on that. And this is an ETJ.
There we go.
Pre-annexation agreement, and I think I'll let Mr. Page take it from here.
Absolutely. So as Mr. Schwanke mentioned, this property is in the city's ETJ, meaning that as of today, we have, as a city, no zoning jurisdiction or authority over the property, meaning that we cannot dictate the uses or any of the other zoning regulations that we otherwise would for properties within our corporate limits. However, they are within our ETJ, meaning that they are subject to our subdivision ordinances. Just as a bit of history, though, that this property owner previously considered removing themselves from the ETJ, meaning that they would not be under any authority of the city, subdivision, zoning, or anything like that. And so for the last, I would say, 5 or 6 months, as the mayor mentioned, several of us have been working with the teams over at Ironwood, the developer, as well as Tri-County, the property owner, to come to a mutual agreement as to how we can get this property developed as they see fit, as well as for us to be able to get certain public improvements for our residents of the city. And so this is all being done under a portion of the local government code that allows the city to enter into development agreements with properties within the ETJ to provide those type of land use regulations and other development terms for a period of up to 45 years. And so that's what we've done here. Just a few pieces of summary on this. You can see it's a pretty long, dense agreement, but a few main points. First off, the utility improvements. Developer will be the one responsible for constructing all water and wastewater lines necessary to serve the property. One of the big deals, though, is upon annexation, the city will be providing wastewater services to this property, assuming that such subject to availability of service, but that is the intent of the city to do so. In addition, kind of the biggest thing, though, will be the roadway improvements. And so if you go to Exhibit C1 and C2, which should be the next couple of pages there, you'll see that the developer is responsible for the design in that red section right there of the intersection improvements of Blue Mountain Road and Harmon Road. And then the...
Go to the next slide.
And so you can see that there. So they'll be designing all of that. And then in this part shows the sections of Harmon Road intersection that they will be responsible for constructing. So in addition to them dedicating property, part of their property to the city for that, they'll also be responsible for the design and construction of the parts of the roadway shown here, which is a significant cost savings to the city to do so. So they'll have 12 months to submit those construction plans from the date of closing, which should be in the next couple of weeks, and then 48 months to construct the roadway. In addition, if you see on the concept plan, all of the vehicle access points are from I-35 and Keller Hicks Road, so this won't be any vehicular access points from Harmon.
While we're here, this construction of this roadway, the blue is the actual roadway construction on the property that the developer would have. The green is asphalt transitions to the existing Harmon Road to and from, and also the Blue Mountain Road. But with the dedication of the right-of-way and the construction cost of this roadway, it's approximately $4 million that this developer will bear.
And I had a real quick question. Once we get the roads, the city of Haslet will be in charge of maintaining?
Yes, it's a public roadway, and that is actually, I think that's explicitly stated in the contract, because the developer does not want this roadway either to be their responsibility. So that is going to be a city roadway. And so in addition to those public improvements, the agreement goes over certain land use regulations. If you see, again, on the concept plan, the proposal is a 1 million square foot industrial building. However, in that Exhibit G, which are the land use regulations, there's a multitude of possibilities. Pretty much any of those are permitted uses if you go through Exhibit G, both commercial and industrial. One specific use type that is, you can see those are more than likely what they plan on building. But there's also potential for a data center that would require an SUP. And if there are, but anything that is different than what is being proposed in this concept plan, they would have to come back and submit a more, a site plan that would show the differences and all of that. So that's kind of what's being proposed. Just to note, those Exhibit G land use regulations will be in place pre and post annexation. So those are essentially going to be zoning for up to the next 45 years. So that's just, I want to make sure that that's clear, that will be pretty much those permitted uses on the property indefinitely. And then the last part, we are waiving as the city, as consideration for the significant improvements, city will be waiving certain permit fees and utility fees, and the mayor did a good job summarizing that in the agenda item summary. And so it's pretty substantial savings for the developer, but again, that's in consideration for the millions of dollars in public improvements they are providing to the city. And then one last thing is that this agreement does serve as the owner's petition for annexation. And so that is why Tri-County is a party to the agreement. They are the property owner. They're the ones that are technically submitting the petition for this annexation, but it's the developer that will be proceeding with the development. And assuming that the council agrees or approves this agreement, then the council will next consider annexation.
Mr. Anderson, would you like to add anything while we're describing the project?
No, I think you did a pretty good job. We've got most of the limits of the roadway intersection improvements identified during the platting process last fall. We also included this intersection in the Blue Mound Road corridor study, and it was determined that this intersection will need a traffic signal. It's already determined that the traffic signal is needed today at that location, so that is not part of these folks' improvements
That's not
that'll need to be
inclusive
taken
of
care
this
of.
project.
Correct. That'll have to be taken care of by the city at some later date, most probably to coincide with the commencement of this construction project. But the water and sewer is pretty straightforward. We've got some good road improvements that the city will be receiving from the project, and I think that's about it.
Very good.
And I'll also note the developer, Mr. Rice, is here as well as his attorneys, if you have any questions for them.
I would like to remind the council that the council has already approved, correct me if I'm wrong, a preliminary plat on this project. All right?
Can I just reiterate one thing? I just want to make sure that whatever's built here is set back enough on Keller Hicks Road for a future widening of that road to 4 lanes. Is there a, yeah, that's about to go off. So is there a setback in place there that will it allow for the future expansion of that road?
There's currently a 10-foot landscape setback that's, from the property line. But, if becomes a 4-lane road, it'll probably be taking on both sides of the road, not just one.
Right, but I want to make sure there's enough for their half to add a lane there. Because it will be 4 lanes someday.
Part of their preliminary plat, Mr. Carruthers, covered the adequate right-of-way dedication for an ultimate 4-lane divided roadway. Yes, sir.
Okay, and I just want to continue, I know it was just said, but I just want to make sure and continue to highlight, there are no exits off the back of this property that would dump onto Harmon. Everything goes onto the freeway or Keller Hicks, correct?
That's correct.
That's correct.
So there will be no truck traffic from this particular facility that would add to a future school zone for a future elementary school that's going to be built right there.
That's correct.
Okay, and then the last little question, I know it's a very small one. When they redo that intersection, I assume they tear up the old, non-used part of the current roads? Is that
That's
correct? Okay, thank you.
I've got a quick question.
Yes, sir.
This is for Mr. Anderson. Can you go down, like, I think it's like 1 or 2 slides down? One more. Yeah, that one right there. Mike, on this, it looks kind of like there's like 2 lanes and a median and 2 lanes. Am I seeing that correctly, or is that just my vision?
Correct. What you see in blue would be the ultimate improvements. We've got a 4-lane undivided cross section at the intersection there on Blue Mound Road, and then Harmon Road north south is a 4-lane divided concrete roadway section. So you are seeing a graphic representation of 4 lanes divided with a median. And then, as the mayor stated, as the project transitions from the subject property and their right-of-way dedication out onto existing right-of-way for Blue Mound and Harmon, you'll note that we have hot mix transitions back to the, concrete going north, and then hot mix west and south. And then those will tie back into a future project. They are designing past the limits of what they're actually going to build, just so we can make sure that everything works from a drainage and cross-section standpoint. But yeah, that's what you're seeing at the intersection will be the ultimate needs for that particular location.
It looks kind of like Harmon going north will eventually be 2 lanes and a median divided, 4 lanes with a divided and a median. That looks like the future of that. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, sir. Yeah, we'll have a 4-lane divided road going north-south through here. Yes, sir.
Will there be at that intersection northbound Harmon, will there be a dedicated left turn onto Blue Mound? So that actually would be 3 lanes at that intersection going north?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And part of our corridor study for Blue Mound in this intersection, we've got the turn lane lengths all calculated out and everything. They just They're just not showing it on this particular graphic.
Just making sure. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
We do have a request for a speaker.
You have a speaker request on
Yes,
this
we
side?
do. Yes, for
Okay, give
Laura.
us just a moment. Council?
Jeremy, if we go back in your discussion, you'd mentioned some timelines on getting this done, and then they had another period of time to actually finish it up.
Yes. So they're expected to close on March 27th, 28th. And then from that date, they have 1 year to submit to us the completed design plans, the construction plans for these roadway improvements. And then they have 4 years to actually construct the roadway from that closing date. So, so this is all should be done within 4 years, if not sooner.
Okay, that's what I thought I'd heard the 4 years, and I'm like, that just seemed a little ways out there for, it is a major intersection right there, but we're not talking any bridge or anything, so as we get into this, we'll look more at the timelines on that.
I know this was talked about a couple of months ago. Is the developer still planning on putting in a couple of commercial sites at the corner of Keller Hicks and 35 right there? Is that still? That was talked about a couple of months ago when we approved this.
That is a intent. It's not a promise.
Yeah, I understand.
Their intent is, as they showed, is a potential site for commercial.
Okay.
And in fact, this entire project is with regard to the zoning that's built into the agreement that would carry for 45 years. And if something happened tomorrow and the Macy's came up, said they want to be the anchor of a new super shopping center here, it could go all commercial. But that's the flexibility that's built into the agreement. It can be all commercial, it could be all industrial, it could be a mix of that.
So just to summarize, this is going to be built either way, but if we annex in, we get the benefit of an improved road and property taxes and other things like that. But if we don't annex them in and they stay in the ETJ, we get zip.
That's correct.
Is that roughly?
That,
to
no,
use
it's not even
layman's
roughly,
terms.
you got it correct.
So it's coming either way.
It's coming either way.
So the benefit for the city is that if we are good partners, that we get an improved road and tax revenue from it.
Correct.
Thank you.
And possible commercial.
And possible commercial, absolutely.
And this design right here on Harmon Road, this fits in with what's being designed with the Toyota dealership?
Yes. It's in, they all know each other well. The developers of these projects do.
Okay.
So to remind you, this is a two-step process. We're on the first step, is to approve the agreement. Then your next item following this will be the actual annexation of this property into the city of Haslet. So we're at step one, and step one here would need your approval of this agreement.
But first we have speakers, correct?
Pardon?
Speakers first.
Oh, please, Ms. Slaughterhoff, do we have any other speakers?
Not on this, no.
Ms. Slaughterhoff.
Laura Slaughterhoff, 1195 Wildson Away. So I'm going to send you a curveball. Back last summer, I attended the P&Z meeting where this first came up, and I was mad, and I brought my neighbors, But we learned something, that because it's in the ETJ, we didn't really have a choice. So I'm asking you to annex it, that something is better than nothing, and I think that having the tax revenue and the road improvements is better than nothing. And then with the hope that we could get maybe some commercial out of it. No guarantee, but $315,450 is better than nothing. So I ask you to annex it.
Thank you, Ms. Slaughterhoff. All right, council.
And again, this motion would just be to approve the annexation agreement. We are not formally annexing it until the next item, per your consideration.
Mr. Mayor, as per Jeremy just said, I move to approve the annex agreement. Is that right? Am I saying this right?
That's correct.
As stated.
Motion is made to approve the annexation agreement of the 67.589 acre tract of land situated in the Joel M. Lilly Survey, abstract number 979, Tarrant County, Texas, located east of Harmon Road, west of I-35W southbound frontage road, and north of Keller Hicks Road. Is there a second?
Second that.
There is a second. Any further discussion? All in favor? Mr. Watkins?
Aye.
It's unanimous. Thank you, council. Our next item is hold a public hearing, discuss, consider, and act on ordinance XXX 2026 approving annexation of a 67.589 acre tract of land situated in the Joel M. Lilly Survey, abstract number 979, Tarrant County, Texas, located east of Harmon Road, west of I-35W southbound frontage road, and north of Keller Hicks. This is the same property you just approved the annexation agreement on. Mr. Swanky.
Yeah, Mayor Halsey, members of the council, this is step 2. And having said that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Page.
Well, this is a much simpler process. This, again, so we've approved the annexation agreement, and so now for a lot of the terms to kind of kick in, we need to now annex the property. Again, as I mentioned before, it's in our ETJ. The property owner, Tri-County, has submitted a petition through that annexation agreement to have this property be annexed into the corporate limits. It's a consent annexation, meaning we just are required to have one public hearing on it, which is what we'll do right after I finish speaking. The notices were sent out in accordance with state law. And so assuming that this does get annexed, it would be within our corporate limits, meaning that we would have zoning authority, we would have property tax assessments from it. So that would be the benefit of annexing it. Just as a note, though, the developer has spoken about coming back at a later date to get proper zoning on it, but again, there's no requirement that they do so. In the meantime, it will simply be subject to those development regulations that are contained in the annexation agreement.
Very good. Again, this is the presentation. We'll have our public hearing and then go into discussion and action for specific questions. So at this time, at 9:38 p.m., I open the public hearing on this item. Is there anyone wishing to speak pro or con on this item?
Laura Schlotteroff, would you like to speak? You're good? Okay.
All right. Anybody online?
No, sir.
All right. There's no one in the audience or online wishing to speak. I close the public hearing at 9:39 p.m. Okay, council, again, you have just recently approved the annexation agreement. I would encourage you to annex this property.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we annex the property as stated in 90.
Motion is made to annex the property as stated. Is there a second?
I'll second.
There is a second. Any further discussion? All in favor? Mr. Watkins?
Aye.
It's unanimous. Thank you, council. Item 9F, discuss, consider, and act to approve the preliminary plat for the Haslet Crossing East Addition. Mr. Swanky.
Thank you all very much.
Yeah, Mayor Holsey and members of the council, this is a preliminary plat for, you want to show it up on the screen if we could? Yeah, you should go to the engineering report and go down to the bottom up towards it. Right there. There's several things I want to point out on this. It's adjacent to Haslet Parkway on the north, Harmon on the east, and Pass Drive on the south. And the main focus of this preliminary plat was the big track right in the top of it, and that is for another plat that you'll probably see in the future for a final plat for Encompass Health Facility. And then on the west side of it, there's a long slender track all the way from Haslet Parkway down to Pass Drive, which is a drainage track. And that'll be the subject of a final plat coming up. Having said that, Mr. Anderson's on the line, and he is has reviewed this preliminary plat, and there was a concept plan that was done for this, which is very generic in terms. And when we asked the developers to do preliminary plats, they're going to put some names on some things which we really don't think are going to happen, but we look for the worst case scenario. In other words, there were a lot of medical buildings shown on this and some fast food because they generate the most pavement, parking, etc. And so when our engineer is reviewing it, he looks at what could potentially be there on this track, and this is a PD, and so all those uses are allowed, but it's for purposes of calculating drainage, water supply, wastewater treatment, and collection, but we plan for the worst case and we hope for the best. Having said that, this is a preliminary plat.
Mr. Anderson, any comments you'd like to make to this?
Yeah, if I could just walk everybody through this site plan that Mr. Schwenke just spoke of. So what we have here is a conceptual site plan for the 24 acres roughly, and you'll see in darker shades of gray the 6.75 acres for the Encompass Health Facility that the landowner is trying to sell off to the developer. One item of note, if you could zoom in there at the connection of Haslet Parkway and their two driveway connections for this project, I'd like to point out a couple things. They did do a traffic impact analysis for the 24 acres. And again, that was to try to set up the ultimate needs for the intersection. You'll see all the turn lanes and the right-hand decel lanes, as well as the additional right-of-way for the entire 24 acres. They then went through and tried to figure out, okay, what portion of these improvements are necessary to support this 80-bed rehabilitation facility. And it was determined that there are no need at the current time, based on the current traffic that exists for eastbound Haslet Parkway, for that large right-hand deceleration lane into the main drive for this 24 acres. So what they'll end up constructing would be two driveways onto Haslet Parkway. Their western drive there, and then the east connection. You'll note that there's 150 feet between the edge of pavement for Haslet Parkway and the first cross connection, and that's to allow for ample opportunities for people to get in off Haslet Parkway and not have to make a quick decision about going left or right or having people dart back in front of them. So we were able to work with the applicant to get that throat length, because we do anticipate, in addition to this rehab facility, that there will be development that comes in around it to support it. What those things are, we're not quite sure at this point, but we did have them model. You see right there, it says QSR. Those are quick service restaurants, basically drive-through restaurants, because we were trying to find the most high intense traffic uses allowed under the PD for this particular piece of property. So again, the applicant went through, at the time of my letter, the traffic impact analysis had not been finalized. That analysis has been finalized, and as I stated, the right-hand turn lane or decel lane that you see on Haslet Parkway will be a future improvement tied to an additional lot within the 24 acres, and not necessarily constructed with the 6.75 that you see in dark shade of gray there. So just wanted to speak to the traffic improvements. Water and sewer, straightforward. Drainage is really straightforward on this particular project. Somebody asked a question about the State Highway 170 flyover project. I believe that was Mr. Horak. Mr. Horak, we did meet with TxDOT, as Mayor Halsey discussed. The flyover, all the bridge components, everything will be on the northern boundary of Haslet Parkway, and will not impact anything on the south side of Haslet Parkway. And so that was some things that we needed to flesh out over the last month and a half with this applicant, because obviously a bridge or a flyover or right-of-way dedication for a TxDOT project would have impacted these folks quite significantly in their plan to develop the property. They will be dedicating the right-of-way for this future right turn lane off this 6.75 acres, and then you can see the rest of the ultimate improvements that are tied to the future development of the property. So as these additional lots, there's 11 of them, I believe, as they come in, they'll go through, update the traffic impact analysis, figure out if they need to construct the right-hand turn lane or what other improvements are tied to their development, and we'll move them on down the line. So that's just kind of some high-level highlights for this one, and we recommend that the preliminary plat be approved.
Very good. Council, it's yours. What? Well, he has to get back online on his end. Thank you. All right.
Mr. Mayor.
Hold on just a minute, please. Please make note of the time. 9:48. Mr. Watkins has lost connection.
He's trying to fix it.
All right. So you had a question.
So in this preliminary plat, are we just approving for this rehab place? We were approving for all the shopping or all the stuff around here. I guess I'm confused. Is just this one for the medical, this right here in front of us, or this whole property?
This preliminary plat would cover the entire 24 acres. The direct need for the preliminary plat, or the reason that the preliminary plat is being prepared and revised at this time, is to allow for the final platting of 6.75 acres tied to this Encompass Health facility. So there was a preliminary plat that existed on the property that needs revision because they've chosen to deviate from the approved preliminary plat that was on file. And so that's what they're going about doing right now at this point.
So would you zoom out just a little bit? Very good, a little bit more. So the preliminary plat is for this entire development bounded by Pasquay Drive, Harmon Road North, Haslet Parkway, and I believe that's intermodal. Is that correct, Mr. Anderson? Correct, Commissioner?
Well, it's not intermodal. It's that drainage detention pond facility and the stream facility. Yes,
Very good.
And really what you're approving is not this drawing, you're approving the drawing to the top. If you can just pull that down. That is the preliminary plat right there. The concept plan is just backup information for that drawing right there.
To answer question, is that dark line on this plan, the dark line around that 23 acres, that is the preliminary plat you're approving.
Okay.
And then go to the next page. As Mr. Anderson stated, they will come back later, and the dark line within that preliminary plat will be their final plat for that property, correct?
That is correct.
All right.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Are we discussing it now, or are we having speakers speak now?
I haven't been informed we got any speakers.
We do not.
We have no speakers.
Okay. When there are some other cities around us that often when they are talking with developers like this, they require them to give some money towards infrastructure. And I know that we have done this in the past. For example, when there was a $650,000 payment made to expand Blue Mound, put in equity in escrow. I wonder if that wouldn't be a prudent thing here as well, because this part of Harmon already, when it gets up to Haslet Parkway, is backing up, especially with that new light now, because if one person goes straight, now everybody's backing up behind it until it goes green, and then everybody can turn right to go on to Haslet Parkway. So I would love to see if we could get some payment made by the developer to widen part of Harmon that runs on the edge of their property there, that would allow for better traffic flow at that intersection there. It has the Parkway and Harmon. Is that a possibility?
Mr. Crothers, I'd like to speak to that if you don't mind.
Sure.
Back when what they call the Caraway Perriman tract was developed back in 2016, I want to say. I wasn't here, but I have seen the documents. The entire tract from Haslet Parkway down to Blue Mound, from intermodal over to Harmon. Okay, so basically what we see here, inclusive of the stream development to the west, and then inclusive of the Caraway subdivision, there was an agreement that was put into place between the developer and the city that basically outlined or called out the developer's roadway contributions to the adjacent roadway network. And part of that agreement said, you're going to be responsible for only half of Harmon Road. You're going to be responsible for some portion of Haslet Parkway, all of Pask, half of intermodal, if that makes sense. So that agreement is in place for everything inside that boundary. So I'm not sure we would have the ability at this point to go back and compel them to make additional improvements above that agreement, if that makes sense.
I'm quite confident that the developer would not agree to that. They have an agreement in place that's been in existence for 10 years that has determined, and they over time have contributed a significant amount of money with regard to infrastructure. Same people that did the Caraway and Sweetgrass, all those subdivisions, as well as this.
Okay. So I know Mr. Swinkie said that we're not necessarily approving this hospital or rehab center. This is just a conceptual drawing. But do we have any form of, are there any ways that we can dictate what can and cannot be built here?
The uses that were approved with the PD for this property dictates what uses can be built and what cannot be built.
So it's in effect already zoned.
It is zoned.
It's already zoned.
To be this.
Yes.
It's,
So
this,
we
these
have,
are,
there's nothing we can do.
These are allowed uses on, every use that's shown there is an allowed use in the PD.
Because I'm listening to Caraway residents out here list all the things they would love to see. They already have an enormous warehouse that was built right up against their neighborhood.
Yeah, that as well as all those uses there were approved prior to House 1 being built in Caraway.
I'm just asking if there's any way we can affect what is and is not built on this piece of land.
We don't need 10 medical office buildings right there.
Say what?
I said, I don't think we need 10 or more medical office buildings. I mean,
No, and I don't think the developer wants 10 or more buildings there that are all medical. He'll want to sell it to probably to the highest and best use. I don't like using those words, but as the market dictates. And in talking to him tonight, he would love to have a CVS there. He would love to have some sit-down restaurants there also. But, you have to get that major draw, which is the hospital there first, and then a lot of these other things will fall into place. And so this is just the first step. And like I mentioned earlier, showing all those medical offices there, it is because there's more required parking for the buildings that you see, and it covers more land, and it takes more utilities, and it's just for planning purposes. So we shouldn't really get caught up in all those uses. It's just showing what you can do there to generate numbers for the water and the wastewater, et cetera.
And I'll also, just to directly answer your question, the answer is no. This is to dictate uses, that would have been at the zoning time a decade ago. And so tonight, the only thing we're deciding is whether or not that preliminary plat, which is not that document, the one above it, is in conformance with our subdivision regulations. And so our staff has reviewed it and to make sure that it is in compliance with the subdivision regulations. And so the only choice now is to approve with conditions, or disapprove it. And if you disapprove it, you have to list the reasons as to how it is not in compliance with the subdivision ordinance. And so that's...
not just because we don't like it.
And not because we think there could be better uses. That's not going to be sufficient for us to disapprove this plat.
So what are the conditions that you said we can approve with conditions. What are conditions?
If there are deficiencies on the plat that need to be fixed. And so again, those deficiencies would be something that we could cite to in the subdivision ordinance.
So let me ask the staff, is this in compliance with our ordinance for preliminary plats?
It is. If someone could scroll up to my letter real quick, you don't mind, I think there we go. So page 1 of the letter, there we go. So we went through and, the preliminary plat is supported by preliminary engineering, and it takes 3 to 6 months. We started this one back in August of last year, I believe, with the applicant and their engineer, and went through probably 4 or 5 different submittals to get it to the point where it is this evening. And what you have before you is a recommendation letter requesting approval by the council with no conditions. As stated in the letter, we've gone through and checked it against the applicable ordinances and determined that there are no deficiencies at this time.
So according to statute, it meets all the requirements of our ordinance and state statutes. You have no choice but to approve.
Okay, so what is our plan as a city to address the infrastructure around this site? We haven't opened intermodal coming off of Haslet Parkway yet. It's still blocked. Pask Drive is 1 lane each way, and I think there's half of that has a bike lane now, I think is what I've been told. That's why it's expanded. It's not actually a 4-lane road. And there's no plans for expanding Harmon Road. So are we setting ourselves up to have another neighborhood that needs speed humps going through it because people are going to cut through Caraway to get around traffic?
No.
I can speak to that, Mr. Carruthers. So Intermodal Parkway, that half of Intermodal Parkway adjacent to Stream, that was That right-of-way was dedicated, and that roadway was built with the Caraway subdivision. And what you'll see is the eastern half of that roadway built and constructed as of today. The city went through in conjunction with the stream development and has recently completed the intersection return portion of Intermodal Parkway within the Haslet Parkway right-of-way. And when the Sweetgrass development came in, which is just west of Intermodal Parkway, the city did not make them plat that large gas well it would be the northeast corner of Sweetgrass, if you will.
Mr.
So basically,
Anderson, it'd be good
yes,
that you go back and say about what time ago that was.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was probably 2018, 2019 when the Sweetgrass project got going, preliminary plat wise. And so there was no right of way dedicated by plat to the city for the construction of the western half of Intermodal Parkway. We have a project in the budget this year. We have the right-of-way documents prepared. We have the surveying completed. And the city has budgeted $1.1 million to construct the western half of Intermodal Parkway. And we expect that project to get through the design and get into bidding later this year. But the first step is to acquire the right-of-way, which is probably $150,000 to $200,000. Again, part of that cost, or that is part of the $1.1 million for that total project cost. Harmon Road.
We can open up that intersection of Intermodal and Haslet Parkway?
No, we can't do
Intermodal?
That's in process now.
Okay.
And we have to get the fourth leg of the traffic signal design there, because that was not included with the Haslet Parkway project as well. And so that's part of the $1.1 million that we're working on for intermodal. And so that can be a fully functional 4-lane divided roadway from Pask up to Haslet Parkway. That project is in the works. Yes, sir. Harmon Road, east of this particular project that we're talking about right now, those are all city, well, I say most all those are city of Fort Worth tracks. There's a couple that are actually owned by this particular landowner. And as soon as those properties come in and start to develop, they will be compelled to build the other half of Harmon Road, the east half, right, that's adjacent to their properties. And we've got, if somebody could go back to the that concept plan or the second. Yes, that's correct. So you'll see, you've got four, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 properties there from Pask up to Haslet Parkway.
Yep.
So we are setting the right-of-way requirement. We do have the roadway preliminarily laid out so that when those properties come in, we don't know the order of which they'll come in or the timing, and we don't know what's going to be built there. And so we have to look at each one of them individually, because we cannot compel or force anyone to build more roadway than they are legally responsible for. And that's
So
why
we have Pask projected to be 4 lanes?
No, sir. Pask is built out the way that it's programmed to be.
Okay. But
And
Harmon
so-
will be 4 lanes?
Yes, sir. And yes, sir. Now we can't make anybody build more than their fair share, because then I go to jail and my wife divorces me and I'm in trouble. So I have to make sure that we're only compelling these folks to build what they're responsible for based on the traffic impact analysis. So that's kind of the story of the roads through here. I know it's convoluted and got a lot of twists and turns to it, but the intermodal project is one that will make some significant progress this year due to the funding that you all did with your budget. And now that we have that intersection complete with the stream warehouse project, that will all come together hopefully later this year, be under construction.
I would in the interest of time, I'd like to bring our attention
Sorry.
back to this agenda item.
I'm on the agenda item. I'm trying to make sure that we have a good plan for it.
We have accommodated and asked all those questions quite some time ago. And we have inherited things that are 6 and 8 and 10 years old to work with. So, again, this is to approve a preliminary plat for the Haslet Crossing East Addition. Council.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we approve the preliminary plat for the Haslet Crossing East Addition.
Motion is made to approve the preliminary plat for the Haslet Crossing East Addition. Is there a second?
Yes, yes, Mayor, I'll second that.
There is a second. All in favor? Mr. Watkins? He's not there. Okay, it's 4-4. Mr. Watkins is offline, so any opposed? No response. All right. Motion passes 4-0. 9G, discuss, consider, and act to approve the final plat for Haslet Crossing East Addition, Lot 13X, Block 1. Mr. Swanky.
Mayor Holsey and members of the council, this is just on the west side of the tract we just looked at as one of the lots on the preliminary plat. And this lot, there will be no structures built in it except for drainage features which have been completed. And the purpose of this plat is to make it into a lot, to give it to make it part of a POA, so the people that are dumping water into this drainage easement will be the ones maintaining it. And because there's grass in there, there's a pilot channel, and that's the purpose of this tract. And I'll let, yes.
Define POA for those who might not know what that is.
Property Owner Administrators Association. Yeah.
Very good.
And Mr. Anderson will probably have some more to add to that.
Mr. Anderson.
Just real quick, as Mr. Schwenke stated, back in 2021 with the approval of the construction drawings for the stream warehouses, there was a regional detention facility designed to take the excess stormwater that was not able to pass safely under and through the systems designed for Haslet Parkway, and a large detention facility was put into place, which runs generally from Pasca Drive up to Haslet Parkway. And so Mr. Schwenke alluded to the POA that would be comprised of the Encompass Health lot, as well as the 3 lots that comprise the stream development there to the west. And so the purpose of this is just to allow for the property to be conveyed from the current landowner, the original landowner, over to the POA for purposes of operation and maintenance of the facility. We had a walkthrough about 3 weeks ago on the project. Again, trying to get this thing signed off and get the intermodal intersection completed, tied back to the stream development. And so this is just the final plat to allow for that conveyance to take place. All the plans have been approved. All the private drainage facilities are in place and ready to be taken over and maintained by the POA.
Excuse me, final plat implies that preliminary plat's already been submitted and approved?
That's correct. Yes, sir. This was contained in their original preliminary plat. The boundaries did not change with the preliminary plat that you just approved. And so therefore, with no public infrastructure and no structures, this is straight to final plat, ready for approval.
And this final plat meets all the conditions and ordinances, statutes?
Yes, sir, it does. And we've got a letter that reflects that review.
Given that, council, you have no choice but to approve the final plat, or it becomes approved by condition of law. It's to you, council.
Mayor Halsey?
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the final plat for the Haslet Crossing East Edition Lot 13X, Block 1.
Motion is made to approve the final plat for the Haslet Crossing East Edition, Lot 13X, Block 1. Is there a second?
Yes, Mayor, I'll second that.
There is a second. All in favor? It's unanimous. It's Mr. Watkins online. Is he online?
He is not.
Okay, thank you. It's 4-0, motion passes. 9H, hold a public hearing, discuss, consider, and act to approve ordinance XXX 2026 to amend Exhibit 10A subdivision ordinance, Section 3.16, driveways and parking, adding asphalt and gravel as approved materials for residential driveways. Mr. Thetford.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. As the Mayor stated, this is an amendment to Exhibit 10A subdivision ordinance, Section 3.16, driveways and parking. Just a little bit of history on this. This goes back several years where we had several property owners up in the bigger subdivisions, such as Hugh White Estates and Haslet Park, requesting to either redo driveways or install new driveways, and they've asked if they could do alternate materials other than concrete. Right now, we can only require concrete right now. No other materials are allowed. Hearing those requests, we've actually had a request back in a council meeting several months back to make this change. So we were listening to those. We took this to DRC. Attorney has blessed this with his amendments and work up on this ordinance. And essentially, the biggest change here is any lot bigger than 1 acre or 1 acre or larger, we would consider allowing asphalt as a approved material for a driveway. The cost associated with constructing a longer driveway up in these bigger subdivisions, especially up in Hugh White Estates, you could be 300 feet off a road. It's quite substantial. We have put this together in a red line ordinance for you to review. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to entertain those at this time.
Mr. Thedford, driving around lately, I did see some houses that had some recent asphalt put in. Is that okay, since this is not already approved or not? I mean, this has been approved, but I've seen these get put in recently.
Yeah.
Last week.
If they've been done, I'm not aware of it. So.
Excuse me. This is not for pre-existing driveways. These are for new driveways. For new driveways, the ordinance states you must have a concrete driveway.
Okay.
And, if you've got an existing gravel driveway, you can keep putting more gravel on it.
Okay, I didn't know this is for.
So pretty much previously, they wouldn't have been able to receive a permit for a new asphalt driveway. But if this ordinance were to be adopted and they were on a property 1 acre or larger, they could get a permit for a driveway with any of these materials.
And there's one other part to this ordinance too, is when you get past the back of the driveway, when you're going back to an accessory building clear at the back of the lot, you can go to a gravel. But it can change from asphalt to a gravel.
So to clarify, it would be from the roadway to the home.
So it would be from the roadway to the property line would still have to be concrete. That would take into account the drainage structure that has to be built in.
Okay, you said property line.
Could you scroll down in the ordinance, please?
I think you should use an illustration.
There's an exhibit on it. We just scroll down.
Driveway figure.
It's the ordinance. Just scroll down.
So I did have a question about that. So yes, where it goes, like you said, from the right of way to the property line is still concrete. Is it concrete just because safety looks or drainage, and that's the big thing is drainage?
Well, right now we require the safety ends to be installed on these the approaches, and you're not going to do that in asphalt. That's going to be done in concrete.
And then it also said that if there were road improvements, then they would have to make their driveway or their entrance up to code. Will people be grandfathered in? I know we're about to do some maintenance on lots of roads in the city. So will those people, once the roads have been updated, have to update their driveways? Or can we grandfather them in? I'm trying to find the exact spot that says that.
I don't know that that is the intent. Is that if there's roadway improvement, you got to go upgrade your driveway. That's not the intent.
Yeah, that's what it said. I'm trying to find where it says that.
Yeah, if that's in there, that should be struck.
Yeah, it's on section 3 and 3.16, driveways and parkings. And as it reads, it says, general, nothing in this section shall require the changing of existing driveways and/or parking except under one or more of the following conditions. And condition number 2 is during building construction, number 1, during widening or reconstruction of streets, the driveways will be brought into conformity with the present standards and head-end parking will be eliminated if practical to do so. I think that's what Councilman Morrow is referring to. If the street's redone, then all the driveways need to be brought up to code.
Or can we grandfather those homes in that have?
Yeah, that was already in the ordinance. We did no change to that, so that was pre-existing.
Yeah, so that's our existing regulation in place, and so I can't imagine a situation in which they would be required to.
Well, they're about to do reconstruction of streets on Odessa and on Brentwood. So if that's the case, and I know I like this. It's about the cost of concrete. So that's a little counterintuitive to then say, if we widen or reconstruct the streets, your driveway has to be brought into conformity.
Yeah, because we're fixing to get, at some point in the next 2 to 3 years, we're going to redo Haslet Park streets and we're going to redo Brentwood. And so the way this reads would be, there's this, probably more so, I would say more so maybe in Brentwood than in Haslet Park. There's a lot of homes that are going to have to upgrade their driveways to match this code.
Okay, then I think the council, I would seriously consider that. And when you say driveway, are you talking about these approaches? Those approaches are in the city's right-of-way.
I think that's probably what the ordinance meant when it says driveways. It probably meant drive approaches, the part that's in public right-of-way, not
the actual driveway.
Because I don't think we would have any ability to require somebody to rebuild a driveway that's already existing, frankly.
I think that you'd have a revolt.
So should it say right-of-way?
That part should drive approach and not driveway. So during widening or reconstruction of streets, the drive approach will be brought into conformity.
Well, let me ask this for your consideration, council. If the city goes out and decides, you know what, we're going to make this road just a little bit wider. So everyone you've owned on it, how much would it cost to build a concrete approach? How much? Any idea? $20,000? 10, 15? Let's call it $15,000. And you're neither going to spend $15,000 to redo your driveway approach because we want to widen this road. I think I, as a homeowner, would have a very hard time, especially with that being in the city's right-of-way. I think that as we are doing in Haslet Park right now, we're redoing this drainage and going to do road repair, but we're not. In fact, the city is paying to have those approaches rebuilt. I think it ought to be like fashion in this ordinance. If there's a road reconstruction or widening, it is the city that would redo those approaches, not the homeowner. That's my suggestion, council.
I agree. That's what it was when the construction was done too.
Okay, let's make what section was that?
3.16.
What is it?
It's on page 8. It's right there in front of you.
No, what section and paragraph?
3.16A1,
Under section 2?
section 3.
Is it 3?
A1.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, so we got a note of that, possible for your consideration.
Another question I had, like I know in Hugh White, a lot of them have the gates on the side yard. So I was looking at the driveway figure. I was just wanting to kind of clarify that if they have, or if they're on a corner lot, so the property line still has to be concrete, but then if it was going to their backyard, their side yard, like a Hugh White, that could be the other material with gravel.
Mhm.
Okay.
And gravel would be the furthest wall, say we're talking about the house, the furthest wall from the street. So in this situation, it would be the back wall. If you're on a corner lot, it would be both walls.
It said 2,
would have-
right, that makes
yeah,
sense.
right.
Okay, and then I had one other question. I did a little, on the 1 acre, I did kind of some research. I know a few people in our neighborhood are .99, so would they be able to ask for a variance since they're below the 1 acre at that point, or are they just, sorry, it's .9942, or whatever it is?
Let me make a comment here. 1 acre is probably a nominal description.
That's what I
And
wanted to
it's just
verify.
as, when we say, okay, our minimum lot size in Haslet, Texas, if you're going to do a new development, it's a half acre. Well, what that means is 20,000 square feet.
So we're not going to have to, they will be allowed to do that if
Well,
CAD
we need to
has them
make
at
that
0.99.
clear.
This has square footage in here, so if you don't want to do
I know.
that, then you may.
Yeah,
What-
I don't know what.
What square footage is cited then?
43,560.
That's what it says, right?
43,560 is an acre.
Yes.
So .99 square foot wise comes up short.
Right, so will those people be able to come in and ask for a variance in that case, or they just are?
Unless there's a variance process listed in the ordinance, and I'm not aware of there being one for this specific detail, then no, there would be no process for that. They would just be subject to the requirements.
And I mean, I don't know where you draw the line, if it's .98 or .97, but to me, .99 that's tough if, so
Yeah.
I don't know.
If we're citing the square footage in here, then you're.
You'd have to be specific,
Exactly.
correct? Okay.
So you're saying the square footage is cited here?
It's right here, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. It's B, yeah.
Any suggestions?
I don't know what the suggestion is, because I don't think you go less than an acre, but people are really close.
Is there a suggestion? I mean, there's a line drawn here somewhere on the minimum.
Right. You could do that, yeah, 40,000 or square feet, an acre, or 40,000. I don't know.
I know 43,560 is an acre. I know 43,560 is an acre, but if you said 40,000, that would take an effect for the .99 or the .99. I mean, those people are right on the edge. And so I think if you went right below 43,000 to suffice for them, I think that would be okay.
Now, these are merely suggestions right here. You're the council, you make the decision, so.
Okay.
Well, you can give your professional opinion, Mr. Thetford.
I mean, it was just a good number to start with 1 acre. It's where we started, so, I mean,
All right, we have 2 suggestions so far. One is we can cite 40,000 square feet. That's a nominal 1 acre. And you don't go to 39,999. I'm sorry, 40,000 is your cutoff. Or you can just put in a variance.
I was gonna say, if we added a variance,
Method.
so that, to me, that would be a case by case, we could, or whoever is making that decision, it's
It becomes,
citizen to citizen.
I understand, but here's a dilemma. It becomes subjective.
Right.
And do you remember what you did 2 years ago?
Well, and I mean, you approach every case as an individual case, so it doesn't matter what we did before
But there's got
or
to be
after.
some, level of consistency
Right,
of
criteria.
treatment.
Inconsistency, you're correct. I mean, it doesn't affect me personally. I know that, like I said, when I was looking at some property sizes, I was surprised to find that they were 0.99.
So let me ask this. Okay, we defined a half acre as 20,000 nominal.
Yeah, in our zoning ordinance, it doesn't call anything a half acre, it just says 20,000 square feet.
Yeah, but that was what the whole discussion back then was.
Then 40 would make sense.
That's what I was driving to. So 40,000 square feet.
40,000 square feet is 0.91 acres. So I think that's right.
So where you have 43,560, sound like a proposal might be substitute that with 40,000 square feet. Anywhere else you got 43,560 or above cited. All right. What else?
And we had a letter to be read, but other than that, I don't have any other questions.
Someone's got a comment?
This is a public hearing item.
Oh, okay. Do we have any written comments on that other than the public hearing?
Just
You got an application for speaking?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I was asking.
email.
All
Yes.
right. All right then, good. Well, we covered all the ground so far, I believe. Okay, at this time, I would like to open the public hearing at 10:26 p.m. on this item. Is there anybody who would like to speak to this? Anyone in the audience?
Is this what we're just now talking about?
Right.
All I can say about that is when I bought my lot in Haslet Park.
Mike,
Huh?
just tell us your name and where you live.
You know where I live. Mike Wallings,
Don't.
228 Berry Drive. The problem is these developers, if you went to Ashmore Farms, y'all say those are half-acre lots. Are they truly half-acre lots?
No.
See?
Well,
But the developers are selling them. They sold all of them in Haslet Park as 1 acre except on the south side of Berry, and those are 1.85 acres, except the one on the end of the street, which is 5.5 acres. But the developer sold them. Elaine Bagby sold those lots as 1 acre lots. Regardless of what the survey says, that's how they were sold.
Yes, sir. But we're holding a public hearing on this ordinance.
That's what I just asked, if it was what y'all were just talking about.
But is for this ordinance.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying, talking about the 1 acre.
Okay.
They were sold as a 1 acre. What you're saying that Ashmore Farms was sold as a half acre. Are they truly half acre lots?
Some of them could be, some of them might be
Exactly.
more,
I've got
some might
200
be less.
I've got 204 acres in Hunt County, and this is 204 plus or minus.
Yes, sir.
It doesn't have it right down to the square footage.
Yes, sir.
So I just know how developers operate. They try to stretch the truth. Oh, I'm buying an acre of land. You know, and really you don't have an acre. But I thought all of them in Haslet Park were an acre, except for the south side of Berry and the 5.5 acres at the end of Berry. So that's all I had to say.
Do we have any other speakers?
We have one email that was received. It is Kim and David Thacker. Regarding item 9H, I fully support this amendment that would allow asphalt or gravel as an improved material for driveways. With the high cost of concrete, this would allow residents the ability to add or upgrade a driveway that might otherwise be cost prohibitive. I live in Haslet Park, and there are all types of driveways that would look good and serve the same function. Please approve this amendment.
Do we have any other written comments?
We do not.
Do we have anybody online who'd like to speak to this topic?
No, sir.
I'll check one last time. Is there anybody in this audience who would like to speak to this topic? All right, I close the public hearing at 10:29 p.m. Council.
I'll give it a go. I would like to make a motion to approve ordinance XXX 2026 to amend Exhibit 10A, subdivision ordinance section 3.16, driveways and parking, with 2 changes. The first one is in section 3.16A, general. Number 1, change the word driveways to drive approach. And in 3.16, Part B, the 4th paragraph, changed the number 43,560 to 40,000.
May I ask,
And below that as well.
are you going to delete the aspect requiring these approaches be rebuilt if the road is widened?
I thought the suggestion was to change it from the driveways to the drive approach, but you're saying
Oh, even
that
the
out
approach,
completely?
even rebuilding the driveway approach.
But your suggestion was that the city would do that, so.
Yes.
We could take out A1 completely. Is that what? I guess we
Take
can
out-
That'll be my motion, and we can talk about it.
Say it again.
That'll be my motion, to remove A1 and then change from 43,560 anywhere to 40,000.
Very good. Motion is made to approve ordinance XXX 2026 to amend Exhibit 10A subdivision ordinance section 3.16 driveways and parking with the changes of deleting 3.16A1. I got that correct?
Correct.
And then changing any citation of 43,650 to 40,000 square feet.
560, but yes, that's correct.
Say, excuse me.
You just said the number wrong, but 43,560.
Yes,
Yes,
43,560 to 40,000. Did I get that right? Is there a second?
Mayor, I'll second that.
There's a second. All in favor?
Aye.
This is Mr. Watkins online. Okay, motion passes 4-0. What'd you say? Yes, just a second here. I recess the open meeting for 10 minutes. A number of people have to go. And if we could meet back here at 10:42, we will resume the open meeting. Thank you. The time is 10:43. I'd like to call the open session back in session. All the council members are present. Is Mr. Watkins online?
He is not.
All right. We are at agenda item 9I. Discuss, consider, and act to approve Resolution XXX 2026 adopting the 2025 Tarrant County Hazard Mitigation Action Plan. First, you must untable this. I need a motion to untable.
I'll make a motion to untable the 2025 Tarrant County Hazard Mitigation Action Plan.
Do I have to second that?
Is there, let me recite
Okay,
it.
I didn't know.
Motion is made to untable Resolution XXX 2026 adopting the 2025 Tarrant County Hazard Mitigation Action Plan. Is there a second?
I'll second.
There is a second. Now we can go to the item. Oh, excuse me. No, we can't. All in favor? It's unanimous, 4-0. Now we can go to the item. Discuss, consider, and act to approve Resolution XXX 2026 adopting the 2025 Tarrant County Hazard Mitigation Action Plan. And let me ask, is that correct, 2025? Very good. All right. Please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. For those that haven't met, my name is Garrett Kemp, Emergency Management Coordinator here. So the, haven't picked up on it already, the document that is in here is the exact same it's the same one you tabled last meeting. So I'm here to answer some questions on why that is and kind of the best way forward for us. So a little background, the Hazard Mitigation Action Plan as a whole is a living, breathing document. So obviously as cities change, evolve, new hazards come up, things like that. So traditionally, the way these items work is every 5-ish.
Is your mic on? Sorry.
If you'll put it up on
Better? Cool. So every 5-ish years, the federal government issues out some hazard mitigation funding with the intent that it goes to the states and they can divvy that money up to facilitate plans like this one. So Tarrant County in 2023, almost 3 years ago, started the process of the 2025 plan. And the way that works and the reason they do the way the funding works, I know I said it's a living, breathing document, but the way these last one was a 2020 Hazard Mitigation Action Plan. The reason this one's on a 2025 cycle is that's when the funding came out. And that is typically when the funding is available to hire a consulting firm to put together a formal refresh document, which is the one that you have in front of you now. So there is a plan in place right now. We're just kind of living out the 2020 plan until this new formal document was put together, which happens to be supposed to be for 2025 is what's supposed to be done. So we began this process about almost 3 years ago. And at that time, basically, the consulting firm reaches out to all the cities who wanted to participate. We take a look at the previous plan, make any updates on the projects that we had on that plan, add any new projects that we would like to see, and add some of the key hazards and things of that sort. It's an update from the previous plan, and like I said, anything between 2020 plan at that point kind of gets refleshed in a formalized portion. So they take that, that data was due almost 3 years ago at this point. So I know the question came up last meeting of why CW Worthington Middle School wasn't a key hazard at that point. The school was not open at that point, had not finished construction, so they would not allow us to put it on the plan at that point. So that's why it wasn't on there. So moving forward, we submitted our request of items, key hazards, and things like that. It goes to the state. The state approves it at their level. It then goes to the federal government or FEMA at that point for approval. And it's just a bare bones plan at that point. It's just the things that we submit. FEMA kicked it back to the state for a variety of reasons. A lot of it was formatting at that point. And as you may or may not be aware, over the last couple of years, there's been a lot of restructuring and FEMA and DHS and a lot of lapses in approved funding. So that approval process got drawn out over almost 2 years. So that data just got back from the federal government as late as November 2025. And the contract with the state consulting firm, IEMs, who put this together, ended in December of 2025. So by the time we got that approved bare bones data back, we didn't have a lot of time to review it. We didn't get it in a very formalized fashion. And once FEMA approves that particular plan, you're very limited on what you can change without sending it all the way back through that entire approval process. I think your other question was on the population of our city. Once FEMA sent that back to us and the consulting firm did start putting this finalized document together, there are some things that they can add, such as the population, because it was pulled from the 2020 or the latest census, and that's a government provided data point. So we did not have to provide that to them. So there's a lot of things like zone maps and things like that that they could pull from our city website or our zoning and government sources that we don't have to approve. So by the time that all got back to us, FEMA had already approved the bare bones project. They were able to add that, and their contract to edit this formal document that you have is done. So I can't today go in, and I've tried to make the request to change the population in the middle school, and there's no way for me to do it on the sheet of paper you have now. And a lot of talks with the state and county and things like that, like I said before, they recommend that we adopt the plan, because we're one of the, not in a bad way, but we're one of the last ones that are going to adopt. What that'll allow us to do, though, is the county can then adopt it, submit it to the state in its whole, and at that point, there is now a plan there that we can do. I can bring it back to you with an amendment sheet with the amendments that you would like to see. And there's several things in the last 3 years that I would like to add to it already. So once we approve this plan, then there's something there for me to bring back to you with the amendments that you're asking for, and then we can reapprove it at that point.
Let me ask a question, and very specific to the population. And there it says, as reported by the U.S. Census Bureau, they only report population every 10 years. So that is one of the reasons. When it specifies U.S. Census Bureau, you have to go to the most recent Census Bureau count. And that is why I think it was 1926, something like that, in that neighborhood of the population count. There are other areas, some of it's in the Constitution, some of it's in the local government code, where it doesn't say population. Anytime you see the word population, that is determined by U.S. Census Bureau. If it says inhabitants, it opens the door to maybe a COG estimate, something of that nature. But I just wanted to make that discernment.
Thanks, sir.
Very good.
That is all I have. It is my recommendation that if we pass this evening, like I said, at a later date, once we get those amendments done, I can bring this back to you to have those on there.
All right. Council, do you have any questions?
Yes. I guess I don't remember talking about this at the last meeting, but why did we table it? I guess I don't remember it being tabled. Why did
I had a bunch of questions about things that, like you said, were not as accurate in 2026 as they were when it was. But now that all makes sense. So.
Yeah, this was just like I said, with the funding the way it's happened, the restructuring, it's just gotten very drawn out.
Thank you, by the way, for being here this late as a staff person.
Of course.
All right, council, to you.
I'd like to make a motion to approve Resolution XXX 2026, adopting the 2025 Tarrant County Hazard Mitigation Action Plan.
There's a motion to approve Resolution XXX 2026, adopting the 2025 Tarrant County Hazard Mitigation Action Plan. Is there a second?
I'll second.
There is a second. All in favor? It's unanimous. Thank you, council. Item 9J, discuss, consider, and act to approve Resolution XXX 2026 for a project of the Haslet Community and Economic Development Corporation B, HCEDC Board for the installation of a parking lot at Nance Field. Mr. Schwanke.
Mayor Holsey and members of the council, this is a project that the HCEDC wants to take on as a project to rebuild Nance Field's parking lot. And there's two options that have been looked at. There's one that's option one, which would be asphalt, using asphalt with a contract with the county to do that, and our engineering staff engineering it. And then there's a second one, doing it in a more permanent type as concrete. And there's been some discussion upon that. Of course, this is something that, you know, whatever you approve, it'll take a, you know, budget amendment to take care of it. But having said that, the original cost, the 175, was what the, yes.
A budget amendment to the HCEDC.
Yes.
Very good.
To their budget. But during your budget process, you came up with a funding of approximately $175,000 for that, thinking that it would be more of a temporary situation where the current gravel parking lot would be covered, the controlled dust, and not a permanent situation until a park master plan was finished to make sure that's exactly what was going on. But I've heard, you know, tonight, and I've heard other discussions about perhaps a concrete, making it a more permanent situation. And having said that, I'm going to leave it up to you guys to discuss.
Very good. Council?
Working with our engineering firm, with Mike Anderson and his team, working on the master plan for Nance Field. Putting this in concrete will not affect the master plan, and this parking lot will not change. And so I recommend doing this in concrete. It'll be more of a permanent fixture, and it will last longer and look a whole lot better. And like I say, this will not affect the master plan. We're working on that, and it's going well for the Nance Fields. So I recommend approving the concrete.
Are you making a motion?
I can.
Oh, make a motion if you like.
Okay. I move to make a motion to approve Haslet Economic Development Corporation B, HCEDC Board for the installation of a parking lot at Nance Field. And
You need to specify option one or option two.
Okay, option, which one's the concrete? Option two? Okay, I move to make a motion to approve option two for concrete.
Motion is made to approve resolution XXX 2026 for a project of the Haslet Community Economic Development Corporation Board B, or ACEDC Board, for the installation of a parking lot at Nance Field, and further defined as option two, the concrete parking lot, and approval of the estimate of
$410,000, or sorry, what is it?
$441,000.
$441,000.
And that would to also approve amending their budget.
That would also approve amending their budget. Yes, sir.
Very good. Is there a second?
Yes, Mayor, I'll second that.
There is a second. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you, council.
And Mayor, I'd like to also say that since you've done this tonight, I will make sure it gets put in the paper so we can start a 60-day waiting period before the board can final act on it.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
9K, discuss, consider, and act on ordinance XXX 2026, amending Article 1.03, Division 1 of the city's Code of Ordinances. Is that Mr. Page?
I'm happy to present this.
Pardon?
I'm happy to present this item.
Please.
Yeah, okay. So this ordinance would be making certain changes to Article 1.03 of the city's Code of Ordinances. And so I'll go through each of those red lines here. So in section 1.03.001, this deals with the agenda setting procedures. As you know, currently, right now, the agenda is controlled through the mayor, with each member being allowed to submit one item per meeting. This provides a bit more clarification on that process, and also shifts the duties and obligations for establishing and preparing the agenda from the mayor to the city administrator. In addition, the city secretary is designated to be solely responsible for posting the agendas. And then I, as the city attorney, would be able to provide cursory review at the request of the city administrator regarding any of those agenda items. The submission deadlines have been adjusted a bit to reflect the new state law requirement. Agendas now have to be posted 3 business days before the date of the meeting, and so the deadline to submit an item would be at least 2 days prior to that deadline. In addition, we have explicit language that items are not to be removed from the agenda except on the request of the person who initially requested the agenda item, or should the agenda item not be in compliance with state or federal law as determined by the city administrator in consultation with the city attorney. There's also language in here requiring that any reconsideration of an agenda item be done on the next available regular city council meeting. So those are the changes that are being proposed to our agenda setting procedures. Section 1.03.002, this is language that we had just added not too long ago to reinstate the office of the city administrator. Certain further changes were requested relating to the appointment of when there's a vacancy. Under state law, the mayor has the authority to appoint any person to fill the vacancy for these officers, subject to confirmation by the city council. So that is the first change we made to reflect state law, that any appointment is subject to confirmation by state law. Something that we did change, though, is that for that time in which there's no person filling that role, the city council is allowed to appoint one or more persons to temporarily fulfill those duties until the city administrator position is filled. Section 1.03.003, it's renamed finance director. The treasurer is an office established by the local government code for type A general law cities. We've already appointed or designated the finance director to serve as the treasurer, so that does not change. However, what we did do, though, is clarify that any budget-related duties not explicitly designated for the budget officer, which would be the mayor in a type A general law city, would be the finance director's job. In addition, should there be any statutory requirements that the budget officer has not fulfilled, the finance director will be designated to fulfill those duties. And then lastly, this was not in the agenda packet, but before you all is 1.03.05. This pretty much has very similar language for how we're handling the city administrator, but with the city secretary. Right now, we don't have any language in our Code of Ordinances about the appointment for city secretary, but essentially this just states that they have those duties established by state law. City secretary is another officer that's established for type A general law cities. Again, as an officer, they serve at the discretion of the city council, subject to removal by a majority vote. And again, similar to what we did with the city administrator, should there be a vacancy in the office, the mayor, of course, has the authority to appoint a person to fill the vacancy, subject to confirmation. But until that time that a vacancy is filled, the city council may appoint one or more persons to temporarily fulfill the duties of the city secretary. So I'm happy to answer any questions you may
Yeah,
have
what
about
did
this.
you just read? 1.03 what?
0.005.
That's not on here.
Mr. Mayor, it's on the last page of the document that's in.
Can you scroll down to it?
It was not included in the agenda packet. No, this is.
It's on the printout.
I had one question. On the
The last
2
page.
days before, should it, 2 days, so if we posted, they posted on Tuesday at 5, 2 days before would be Sunday. So should it be 2 business days before? Or leave it still at, which would be Friday, or should it stay 2? That's the only thing that, because they wouldn't be able to receive it till Monday when they were working in order to get, and there'd still be a day, well, 2 days to
I would ask you that on behalf of the staff, that you do more than that. I don't think anyone here understands what it takes to put these agenda items together.
I counted the days, the
And
10
most
days and the
often,
2 days are the
excuse
same.
me.
They're the same number of days.
Excuse me, madam. And most often, we just get an agenda item when there's no materials prepared. And so materials must be prepared for these items.
Right.
And so, giving the staff some consideration of more than 2 days before it's supposed to be posted would be very considerate.
Inconsiderate.
Well,
It'd be-
more than 2 days.
Right.
Would be considerate.
So I counted back, like it read the 10, that where it's 10 days before the meeting.
Right.
So it's the same as 2 business days. It's still Friday. It's the,
Well, let me ask you, could you not keep 10 days before the meeting?
and they are kind of the same. I'm not sure.
That would be
if
more
2
explicit.
They're both the exact same. Because if the meeting was on, because if the meeting date changed, then the posting date would change, so.
So 10 days or 10 business days?
No, 2 business days
2
before the
business
posting
days.
or the 10 days. And that's, I mean, I don't know what other council thinks about that. That was the only thing
That'd be
that popped
my
up.
only request and suggestion, is to give staff consideration.
I thought it's 10 days. I thought it's 10.
They're changing it.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
may I also ask a small request? Jeremy, is it possible to put in there in the ordinance that the agenda has to come out before 5 o'clock? Because if there's a mistake in the agenda and we don't catch it until it comes out at 5 o'clock, and then the staff can't edit it, and then whatever is wrong won't be posted early enough. Do you follow what I'm saying? So is there a stipulation we can say that it has to come out like by noon or something, so that we can all look at it real quick before all the staff goes home at 5 o'clock? And if there's an error or something, we can repost it so that it still meets the requirements?
What I would recommend in that case would be, that would be an internal policy
Okay.
that you could direct the city administrator as an officer that is under your control. So if that is the direction that the council wants to provide, I would hesitate making that a formal, putting that in the code, because
Okay.
that would then hamstring us indefinitely, because there might be times where that's just unfortunately not possible,
Yeah.
where we're meeting every minute before 5 o'clock for that legal deadline to post it. But if that's the expectation, I think that would be something you could certainly convey.
Okay.
Wouldn't, I mean, in a situation where something needs to be, you get it submitted, it gets posted, and we find clear data, I mean, can you not make the change on it and repost it? Or you're really not changing the...
It depends on what the error is. I mean, if it's just a
Mr.
minor error,
Page.
yeah.
What you cannot change, once you post the agenda item, and once you pass that date, you cannot change the agenda item. But you can reload any materials at any time that support the agenda item. And I think that's what y'all are talking about. It's not the agenda item, it's the materials
not changing
and
the
the agenda item.
Oh, no,
That's what Doug's
we're also
talking
talking about the
about.
agenda items as well, because you mayor, posted this agenda at 5 o'clock last Tuesday.
Right.
So by the time you did that, and we realized all three of our requests weren't on there, there was no recourse for us to get it put back on there to be ready for tonight. So now we're having to call a special meeting because you didn't post it till 5 o'clock.
Right.
So we are talking about actual items. Not
Okay,
just,
well, I'm following the conversation here. You said, all right, very good, go ahead.
And I'll also mention that this agenda setting procedure creates more checks and balances because should Joe or whoever the future city administrator may be, fail to do or add items that you all have lawfully requested, he serves at the pleasure, as do I, of the council. And so that would be something that you could have a bit more control over and provide direction and anything like that.
I do have a question on that, though. What if we want to put something on there that he doesn't want and he never puts it on? What's our recourse, or he or she?
Termination.
Would that have to go on an
You
agenda?
can fire me.
So that wouldn't have to go on an agenda to I don't think you would do this, or a city administrator, but if we were going to censure the city administrator and then the item just never got on there, what would we be able to do as council to get an item on the?
Again, there's checks and balances here where we would have 3 separate officers of the council.
And that's what it says.
That would be
able
providing, direction.
Okay.
I've just got a question on paragraph B on the submission of agenda items. I know here it says, shall be in writing and shall include a copy of the proposed item consideration. Part of what we'd like to do, currently, when we get down to, item 12 is future agenda items. And the mayor asks, okay, does anybody got any future agenda items you'd like to look at? Can we not make a verbal request for an agenda item at that time?
Yes, sir. That would still fall under this. It would be the same request. Yes.
Okay.
So anything that's done, yes, sir. Anything that's done verbally would be
But
placed
do we
on
need
there.
to make a notation in this ordinance then along those lines?
I mean, I'll defer to Jeremy. To me, I would see it. I see this as like a bare, just the minimum that's required. But
Okay,
I mean, do you want that? Would you?
Okay,
want
I just
that in
don't want to
writing?
come back and somebody says, well, I know you said you wanted it, but here it says it has to be in writing. I don't want it to conflict along those lines.
I understand, but I think just keeping it as is just a minimum, and obviously that still have that opportunity to present items verbally at the end of the meeting. That would not replace that.
Okay, all right, thank you.
So what did we decide or discuss about are we good with 2 business days? And how is that better or worse or different than the 10 days before the meeting? Is there a preference?
I mean, I think that's going to make it harder on the administration if there's a lot of things, but well, 10 days and 2 business days are the same, I believe. But which one would you prefer?
The only time I could see this getting into play would be holidays. So honestly, I would probably keep it like this, but I would add 2 business days there. Because if there's a holiday in there, that could capture it. So we can make sure that we have everything in time.
So you're saying if there's a holiday on a Monday, like Memorial or whatever, if there's a holiday on Monday, then it needs to be submitted on Thursday, that week before?
Well, like right now, we're about to have Good Friday where we're closed, so we've had to move everything up a day. So we'll be posting on that Monday before, so I'm having to have all the agenda items on a Thursday instead of on a Friday. So there's a good example right there. So we're having to move everything up to account for it. So if we use business days, instead of doing 10 days or anything like that, we could change this to 2 business days before the 3 business day.
Okay. I'm ready to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion to approve ordinance XXX 2026, amending Article 1.03 Division 1 of the City Code of Ordinance. Sorry, yes, I just found it.
And then because we're changing to 2 business days, that'll also just need to be reflected in the motion.
I'm gonna start over. I would make a motion to approve ordinance numbers XXX 2026, approving an amendment to Article 1.03, Division 1 of the city's Code of Ordinance as amended to include Section 1.03.005 relating to filling future vacancies within the Office of City Secretary and making the one change that says 2 business days before the required posting.
Motion is made to approve ordinance XXX 2026, amending Article 1.03, Division 1 of City Code of Ordinances with stated amendments to that ordinance as presented. Is there a second?
Also, the Section 1.03005.
What about it?
That was my motion. You only mentioned 1.03.
Motion has been made to approve ordinance XXX 2026, amending Article 1.03, Division 1 of the City Code of Ordinances, as well as, is it Article 1.05?
Section 1.03.005, relating to filling future vacancies within the Office of City Secretary.
Yeah, can you write that down? Motion is approved, motion's been made to approve ordinance number XXX 2026, approving an article or an amendment to Article 1.03, Division 1 of the city's Code of Ordinances as amended to include Section 1.03005 relating to filling future vacancies within the Office of City Secretary, and noting that the in 1.03, the change of 2 days to 2 business days. Did
Correct.
I capture it all?
Yes, sir.
Is there a second?
Yes, Mayor, I'll second that.
There is a second. All in favor? It's unanimous. Motion passes. Item 10, executive session, we have no need for that. Consideration, no need for that. Future agenda items, you see these listed.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
For future, I would like to make a motion to make sure that we have our special city council meeting on March the 30th. I know that was called in by a couple of city council members, but I want to make sure that gets on the calendar.
So it is a, so you're making a motion?
No, I'm just saying that
Well, you use the one, okay. So March 30th?
Yes.
Special city council meeting.
Yeah, you should have an email from me also.
Four emails were sent in for one.
I think it's at some point, Mr. Schwenker and staff.
Is there anything else along with the future agenda items?
Yeah, just, I think we need to come back and look at some point to update the land use map based on conversations we had earlier tonight on agenda items. See if we want to alter, possibly changing some industrial areas over to commercial areas based on what we decided on one of the agenda items on tonight.
So review of master land use plan.
Yes, sir.
All right, anything else? All right, this meeting is adjourned. And that is at 11:18
This conference is no longer
p.m.
being recorded.